page. And
Is it
finally,
right? Okay.
submitted written comments were given to the clerk's division and they were provided to council members and will form part of the public record. Before we do, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank everyone for joining us at this meeting. We appreciate your participation. As we come together to serve the community, I ask that we create a welcoming and positive environment for everyone, and that includes respect. That we listen to each other with care, speak thoughtfully, and engage kindly with one another. Kindness, that we treat everyone, council, staff, and the public with respect and understanding. And inclusion, that we embrace diverse perspectives and respect each other's opinions. Together we can make this meeting space one where respect, kindness, and inclusion are at the heart of everything we do. Behavior that is disrespectful, disruptive, aggressive, or intimidating will result in those individuals being asked to leave the meeting. I'd now like to call the meeting to order, and can I have approval of the agenda, please, Councilor Rowland?
Moved by myself and by Councilor Tilly that council adopt the August 11th, 2025 council meeting agenda as presented with the following addendum. One, that agenda item 13.2.18, report number CAO 19-2025, sponsorship and naming rights CCG proposal for the NDCC Net Zero Twin Pad project be moved forward and considered in association with agenda item 10.1.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. I would now like to read the Indigenous acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land in which you gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence with which we share this land with the Indigenous people, and we acknowledge their achievements and their contributions to our community. We offer this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples of Canada. But it's only words. Our actions speak louder than words. Respecting one another, including our Indigenous peoples, is utmost important in our society. Respect says it all. They respected us when they first welcomed us onto this land. And in turn, we did not respect them. And the tables are turning now. And with mutual respect, this country can grow stronger as we move forward together. So let's pause and contemplate that for a moment. Thank you. Is there any disclosure to care and interest or general nature thereof? Councilor Williams and Councilor Rosie.
Regarding item 7.5.1, the 47-2025. Correct.
Councilor Rowland.
13.2.7, the vendor policies for the ACC.
Thank you. So noted by the clerk. Okay, adoption of the minutes. Councilor Austin, please.
By myself, excuse me, moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Realms, that council approve the following meeting minutes: 6.1, council meeting minutes dated July 7th, 2025, and 6.2, special council meeting minutes dated July 15th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we move into committee of adjustment. Councilor Williams, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Oster, the council meeting adjourned at 6:05 p.m. to sit as a committee of adjustment for the purposes of holding public meetings pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. The agenda, Councilor Tilly, please.
Moved by myself, second by Rod Roman, that the committee adopt the August 11th, 2025 Committee of Adjustment agenda as presented.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. .3, is anybody have a disclosure period? Councilor Williams has always so stated. Would you state again, please? The committee adjustment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a conflict with a 7.5.1 PD report 47-2025.
Thank you. Any no others? Okay. Council Roman, please, the minutes from the previous meetings.
Moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Scott Tilley, that committee of adjustment approve the following meeting minutes, committee of adjustment meeting minutes, dated July 7th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. You noted, Councilor Turner.
What? He likes to say. Don't push it.
Hearings, public meetings, minor variance and consent applications, report number PD 47/2025, minor variance application for 80 Four Horse Lane. For House Lane. Is that a typo?
I believe so.
I'm sure it was Four Horses Lane. Notice has been given to those in accordance with the Planning Act. The Secretary Treasurer will keep a record of all persons who provide comments on this application and those who register with the Clerk's Department to request a notice of decision. Those individuals will be notified of the decision or the convening of future meetings on this application. There's a sign-in sheet at the back table, so if you want to be followed up on what's proceeding with this, then please sign the sheet at the back of the table. Michael Campos, Manager Planner, will present this application. Michael, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, senior staff, and members of the public. I'm pleased to present a public information report regarding the minor variance application for the property at 84 House Lane, file number A16/25. And the purpose of this meeting is to provide an overview of the proposal that's been received, to solicit comments, and to identify issues or matters to be assessed by staff as we move forward with the review of the application. Subject property is located on the west side of 4 House Lane within the Brown Settlement area, south of Roseville Road. It has an approximate area of 0.31 hectares, with a corresponding lot frontage of 48.77 meters onto 4 House Lane, which provides access to the subject property along with 3 other properties. The property does not provide frontage onto a public street as defined by the Township zoning bylaw. The property is developed with a single detached dwelling and an accessory detached garage and is serviced by private septic and municipal water. Under the Township zoning bylaw, the property is zoned Z3 rural residential, and in the Township official plan, it is designated as settlement residential and ancillary rural area and protected countryside. This application seeks relief from provisions of the Township's general zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a new detached single-car garage with a second-floor workshop. The proposed structure would be located in the same general area as the existing detached garage, which is planned for removal. Due to the unique configuration of the lot and its access from 4 House Lane, site-specific zoning considerations are required to accommodate the proposed accessory building. The garage is proposed to measure approximately 4.57 meters by 8.53 meters, with a total area of about 42 square meters and a height of 6.1 meters. The building will be rectangular in shape with a single car garage door on the north elevation. Interior stairs will lead to the upper level workshop, and 2 access doors are proposed on the west elevation. The design will also incorporate decorative architectural detailing. The application also seeks to formally recognize the Township's interpretation of the lot lines for this property, which does not front a public street, but is accessed via 4 House Lane. And for visual context, the slide shows renderings of the proposed garage, including the front, the rear, and the northeast corner perspectives. This slide in front of you shows the submitted site plan drawing for the subject property. It illustrates the location of the existing residential dwelling, as well as both the existing and proposed accessory garage buildings. In this drawing, 4 House Lane is shown at the bottom. The plan also identifies staff's interpretation of the lot lines, with the front lot line abutting 4 House Lane, the rear yard lot line located on the opposite side of the existing residential dwelling, and the 2 side yard lot lines. The proposed garage will be located generally in the same area as the existing garage, and on the plan, the gray rectangular footprint represents the proposed accessory building, while the red dashed outline with hatching represents the location of the existing detached building that is planned for removal. So to accommodate the proposed construction on the property, the applicant is requesting relief from the following sections of the Township's general zoning bylaw. Section 6.4.1. This section states that no accessory building may be located within a required side yard or between any building lines established by the bylaw, The applicant is requesting relief from this provision to allow the accessory garage and workshop to be located in front of the established building line. Section 6.4.7, this section establishes a maximum building height of 5.2 meters or 17 feet for accessory buildings. The applicant is requesting relief to permit a building height of 6.1 meters or 20 feet for the proposed structure. Section 6.4.8, this section states that in zones 2, 3, 4, or 5, an accessory building cannot be located closer to the street line than the front wall of the main building on the lot. The applicant is seeking relief from this provision to permit the accessory building to be located closer to the street line than the main dwelling. The applicant is also requesting relief from section 6.8 of the Township zoning bylaw. This section states that no lot shall be used and no building or structure shall be erected unless the front line of that lot abuts a public street as defined by the bylaw. The applicant is seeking relief from this provision to allow the construction of an accessory building on a lot that does not abut a public street as defined by the bylaw. In addition, the application seeks to recognize a deficiency in the rear yard setback based on staff's interpretation of the property's lot lines. Section 8.3.4 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum rear yard setback of 7.5 meters. The existing single detached dwelling is located 4.6 meters from the recognized rear lot line. The next two slides show photos from a recent site visit conducted by planning staff. The photo on the left shows Forehouse Lane, which provides access to the subject property from Roseville Road. The photo on the right shows the existing detached garage along with the single detached dwelling. The owners are proposing to construct the new garage in that same location as the existing detached garage, and access to the property will remain from Forehouse Lane with no changes proposed. This next set of photos provides another perspective of the existing detached garage and of Forehouse Lane. They also offer visual context for the separation between the subject property and the property located across the lane, which is addressed as 78 Forehouse Lane. Planning staff have circulated notice of the application to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, and a notice sign has been posted along the Roseville Road frontage. We have received one piece of written correspondence from the neighboring property owner at 78 Forehouse Lane, expressing opposition to the proposed minor variance application. Their concerns include the following: loss of privacy. The proposed building is seen as overlooking their backyard, including their hot tub and seating areas. Obstruction of views. They feel the structure will block valued views of the surrounding landscape, including sunsets and mature trees. Non-compliance with established standards. They note that their own garage was built in compliance with the zoning requirements and question why a variance should now be permitted. Uncertainty over the second floor's use. They reported that the applicant referred to it as a bunkie for children, raising concerns about residential use rather than the proposed workshop. Past experience with variances. They referenced a negative past experience with a nearby variance approval that resulted in a use being misrepresented, leading to property damage and safety concerns. And finally, visual impact. They described the proposed structure as too large, too close to the lot line, and an eyesore that would significantly affect their enjoyment of the property. The written comments submitted by the neighboring property owner also included photos taken from their backyard showing the existing detached garage as viewed over their fence. Additional photos have been provided and are included as attachment 4 to the staff report. Any further correspondence received this evening or before the recommendation report is brought forward to the committee will be included in that final report and considered by planning staff. With respect to comments from township departments and outside agencies, the following feedback has been received to date, as shown on your screen. Both the fire department and Canada Post have indicated that they have no objections or comments on the proposed application. Planning staff are still waiting additional comments as part of the department and agency review. A summary of any further feedback will be included in a future report to the committee. And at this time, staff is recommending that no decision on the merits of the planning applications be made, and that all comments and correspondence received through the consultation process be returned to staff for further consideration as part of a future report to the committee. A future staff report will consider matters, including but not limited to all comments and correspondence received during the consultation process. As prescribed by section 45(1) of the Planning Act, whether the proposed variances meet the criteria of the 4 tests for minor variance. Whether the proposed development is appropriate and desirable for the subject property. The impact of the proposed development on surrounding properties, including issues related to privacy, overlook, and compatibility. The proposed building's height, massing, and architectural design, and whether it is in keeping with the character of the surrounding area. The interpretation of the lot boundaries as it relates to zoning compliance, and the exploration of possible modifications or other measures to address concerns raised by neighboring property owners. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I believe that the agent is here, but he just will answer questions. He doesn't want to speak at this time. Is the agent?
Can we go back to that one?
Excuse me, will you come up to the microphone, please, and give your name?
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's all right.
my first time. I don't know.
It's all right.
Can you put that one picture back on you just set up of I gave to you, of my backyard?
Now, you are the agent, John Harsford.
I'm John, yeah,
Okay, go ahead, John.
okay. I was gonna get, I think he's working on putting that picture back up.
I'm actually John Marson Wilson.
Yeah.
He's the neighbor, I'm the agent.
Okay, what the agent is to speak now, sir. It's not for the public to speak yet. It's for the agent to speak. Did you want to speak, John?
I can see.
John?
Oh, they're both Johns, that's.
Yeah. I keep
Again, it's
looking for the agent.
Far too many
The agent.
Johns in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just speak very briefly. So I appreciate the meeting here tonight. I appreciate the amount of work that goes into it. This is my first time at one of these meetings as well. So one of our first time. Yeah, I appreciate the amount of detail in the report and the care that went into it. I appreciate all your time here tonight. Just want to really briefly touch on the comments from the neighbor from our client perspective. So our client has taken a great deal of time and care in the planning and design of their proposed renovation, with a great deal of care for the neighbors and the neighborhood, not wanting to create a disturbance or break relationships in a long-standing kind of neighborhood. They were a little bit taken aback by the opposition letter, having spoken with the neighbors at length about a few different items on this, and they have proposed in the design to glaze the windows or make the windows operable only in a certain direction, so that there's no to assuage the privacy views or the privacy concern. So there are options if privacy is a main concern, if we're speaking on that point. We could even go as far as removing the windows from the one side. Our client is very much respectful and commiserates with the neighbors' concerns in that way. They do not wish to be impedance in that. As far as the structure blocking views, if you saw the pictures from the neighbor's perspective in the backyard, the garage, yes, it will be a little bit higher than the current garage. However, it only blocks a very small portion of one view of the very large neighbor's backyard. And that is really all I would say on those comments. The other comments, as far as, a previous zoning agreements causing some issues with some delinquency that I think is relevant to this. And that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now, does any member of the public wish to speak? Go ahead, John, come on up.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Okay, I had some things I wanted to say, but well, I still had on my mind, we did talk to the neighbor about glazed windows and doing that sort of thing, but glazed windows still open. So, and we had a discussion of what it's gonna use for, and the previous use was for their kids growing up to use it as bunkies. With windows open, and then we got our backyard with open windows. So that's where I kind of thought glazed windows is kind of a solution, but glazed windows open, so the privacy is gone. I only oppose the second story. So if you see the picture there on the screen from sitting in my gazebo, that will totally block the sight line 100% where it is. So I will lose the sight line. We really enjoyed being by the campfire, watching the bats in the forest. Well, I won't be able to watch that anymore. They're gone. We're nature nuts. So that'll be gone. The sunset sets in the forest. We get to watch it. That's gonna be gone. And then it's as well, my privacy issue in the hot tub. So my wife being a little bit shyer, she's not gonna want to wear a bathing suit like all the kids are up looking in the windows. So, and not only that, it's gonna be just the sight of it, because everything else is one level in my property, so in that whole area. So now I can have this towering building that's right on the property line. It wouldn't be bad if it's like 40 feet in, but it's right there. It'd be right in my face. So I do not oppose that they rebuild the garage. on the property line, I don't have any problem against that, the property line, if they could put it back where it was, just like a foot or two off the property, I don't care. But going like 30 feet or 28 feet, whatever it is in the air, that, no. That's why I oppose, just the height. So what have I got here? Pictures and the overview, you see what's gonna wreck in my view, in my privacy. Property line, I don't care about. And the problem is, I have really good neighbors, I love my neighbors, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I said no. So, they know how I feel. They've had to put privacy hedges on one side because the windows were looking into each other. They've gone through all the same steps to get their privacy. So I just expect them to accept my privacy because they know how I feel. But basically what I have to say, I just oppose the height of it. Okay?
Thank you, John. Anyone else wish to speak or comment? Seeing none, do any members of council have any comments? Seeing none, Councillor Austin, you have the motion, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Rod Rowland, that PD report number 47-2025 be received. And then all comments and correspondence received through the consultation process be returned to staff for consideration and a future report to the committee on the disposition of this matter.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. I guess we put Councillor Robinson. Wasn't long enough to send you the copy. Next is report number 7.5.2, report number PD 48/2025, minor variance application for 6 Smith River Way, file number A-1125. Notice has been given in accordance with the Planning Act. The Secretary Treasurer will keep a record of all persons who provide comments on this application and those who register with the Clerk's Department to request a notice of decision. Those individuals will be notified of a decision or the convening of future meetings on this application. Again, there's a sign-in sheet at the back. Make sure you sign in if you're here for this application. Brock Linklater, Senior Planner, will present this application. Brock, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The following presentation is for minor variance application A-1125 for the property located at 6 Smith River Way. The purpose of this meeting is to provide an overview of the proposal, to solicit comments, and identify issues or matters to be assessed by staff. Subject property, municipally addressed as 6 Smith River Way in Ayr, is situated on the north side of the street, east of Smith River Court and west of Northumberland Street. The subject property has an approximate lot area of 1,000 square meters with a lot frontage of 18.4 meters along Smith River Way. Property is developed with an existing single detached dwelling and accessory structure, and the property is serviced by municipal water and sewer. Surrounding land uses consist primarily of low density urban residential development, with the property being zoned Z4A urban residential and the township zoning bylaw. In the township's official plan, the property is located within the urban area of Ayr and is designated as built up area. The owner is proposing a building addition to the existing single attached dwelling. Specifically, the owner is proposing an addition that would increase floor space on both the first and second stories of the dwelling. This addition would result in both the east and west elevations of the dwelling being 2 stories in height, whereas currently only the east side of the dwelling is 2 stories in height. Additionally, a new covered porch and entrance is proposed along the west facing elevation of the house. As the west facing side of the dwelling now transitions from 1 story to 2 stories, the expanded house must now comply with the 2.4 meter side yard setback requirement for two-story dwellings. The proposed covered porch within this side yard also requires relief from the setback requirement. To facilitate the proposed addition, the owner is requesting relief from the general zoning bylaw to allow for a reduced interior side yard setback. Specifically, the owner is requesting the following minor variance from the zoning bylaw. Section 8.3.3 of the zoning bylaw establishes that the minimum side yard setback for a 2-story dwelling shall be 2.4 meters. The applicant seeking relief to permit a reduced side yard setback of 2.3 meters from the west facing wall of the principal dwelling and 1.2 meters from the proposed covered porch within the same side yard. On the top left of this slide, you can see a view of the subject property from Nif River Way. The photo on the top right of the slide provides a view of the west-facing side of the existing dwelling. And the photo on the bottom portion of the slide provides an additional view of the west-facing side of the existing dwelling, showing a portion of the rear yard where the building addition will be located. The following slide shows the proposed elevations for the property with views of the design from the front, west side, and rear perspectives. The patterned or shaded areas you see on these drawings represent the new proposed additions to the dwelling. Conversely, the white unpatterned portions of the elevations delineate the areas of the existing structure, which will be retained, providing a representation of how the new construction will integrate with the existing dwelling. There's been no public correspondence received for this application. Any correspondence received following this meeting will be reviewed by staff and will be identified and assessed into a future recommendation report to the Committee of Adjustment. For agency correspondence, the Township's Fire Department, Region Waterloo, and Grand River Conservation Authority, as well as Grand Bridge Energy, have all stated that they have no objections to the proposed application. The Township's Engineering and Public Works Department has no objections to the proposal. However, they have noted that an updated grading plan will be required to reflect the proposed expanded dwelling, which will be required during the building permit stage. And the Waterloo Region Catholic School Board has also provided a comment just noting that education development charges will be collected prior to the issuance of the building permit. At this time, staff recommends that all comments and correspondence received from members of the public and government agencies through the consultation process be returned to planning staff for a future report to the committee on this matter. Staff will be considering matters that include comments and correspondence received during the consultation process, whether the development meets the criteria of the 4 tests of minor variance, and as any potential impacts on surrounding properties. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I believe that the applicant agent is online. Chloe, is she online?
She is, yes.
Good. I don't have any questions for her right now. Thank you. Does any member of the public wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, council members, any questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Councillor Tilly?
Is it?
Oh, Councillor Williams, it says here it was Mark Tilly there, sorry.
Moved by myself, seconded by Scott Tilley, that PD report number 48-2025 be received. And that all comments and correspondence received through the consultation process be returned to staff for consideration in a future report to the committee on the disposition of this matter.
All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So next is. We're on 7.5.4, report number PD 51-2025, consent and minor variance application for 1279 Branchton Road, file number B-04/25.
You missed one. You skipped one.
How about this one? Oh, right, yep. Browns, first Browns.
Okay.
My apologies, it's number 7.5.3, report number PD 49-2025. Minor variance application for Browns Ave, file number A-1225. Notice has been given to those in accordance with the Planning Act. The Secretary Treasurer will keep a record of all persons who provide comments on this application and those who register with the Clerk's Department to request a notice of decision. Those individuals will be notified of the decision or the convening of future meetings on this application. Brock, oh, and there's again a sign-in sheet at the back, correct?
Yes.
Sign-in sheet at the back if you want to further information on this. Brock Linklater, Senior Planner, will present. Brock, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The following presentation is for minor variance A-1224 for the property located at 5 Brown Avenue. Purpose of this meeting being to provide an overview proposal and solicit comments to be assessed by staff moving forward. Subject property municipally addressed as 5 Brown Avenue is located on the east side of Brown Ave, south of the intersection of Brown Ave and Roseville Road, within the Browns Rural Settlement area. The property has an approximate lot area of 1534 square meters with corresponding lot frontage of 27.44 meters onto Brown Avenue. The property is redeveloped with an existing single attached dwelling on private servicing and two accessory structures. Surrounding land uses consist primarily of low density residential development and farmland. The subject property is zoned Z3 rural residential in the township zoning bylaw. And in the township's official plan, property is located within the Browns Rural Settlement Area and is designated settlement area and ancillary. The owner is proposing a building addition to the existing single attached dwelling, which involves both increasing the floor space and expanding the size and depth of the existing attached garage to accommodate a barrier-free vehicle. Property owner's desire for this addition stems from the need to improve accessibility and rehabilitation requirements for the dwelling, creating a safe and supporting living environment. To accommodate the planned alterations, the applicant is seeking relief to allow a reduction to the building line setback or front yard setback for the expanded dwelling compared to the bylaws established requirement for a building line. And additionally, the applicant is requesting permission for a proposed roof overhang to project further into the required side yard than the bylaw currently permits for architectural feature of projections. And on this slide, you can see an image of the existing conditions site plan on the left with a proposed site plan shown on the right. On this slide, you can see a conceptual rendering, which represents how the single detached dwelling is intended to look when viewed from the front, following the proposed building alterations. In order to facilitate the proposed building addition, the applicant is requesting relief from the following three sections of township zoning bylaw. Specifically, section 6.5.1 establishes that no building or structure can be located between the street line and any building lines established by this bylaw. The owner is seeking relief to permit for a portion of the expanded dwelling to be located between the street line and the established building line. Section 6.5.3 of the zoning bylaw establishes that architectural features such as roof overhang or eave can project up to a maximum of 0.3 meters into any required side yard. The owner seeks relief from this provision to permit for proposed roof overhang that would project 0.7 meters into the required side yard setback. And lastly, section 6.10.6 establishes that for lots that are located between two existing buildings that are not more than 60 meters apart from one another, but are both farther from the street line than the building line established by this subsection, the line of the front wall of the building closer to the street line is deemed to be the established building line requirement, which in this case is 10.83 meters. The owners seek relief from this provision to permit a building line setback 9.6 meters from Brown Avenue for the proposed expanded building. This slide shows two different views of the existing dwelling in its current state, with the photos taken from Brown Avenue. Further, this slide shows the existing and proposed elevations for the property, with views of the dwelling from the front and rear. There's been no public correspondence received for this application at this time. Any correspondence received following this meeting will be reviewed by staff and identified and incorporated into a future recommendation report to the Committee of Adjustment. For agency correspondence, the Township's Fire Department, Engineering and Public Works Department, Region of Waterloo, GRCA, and Canada Post have stated that they have no comments or concerns. Randbridge Energy has no objections to the proposal. However, they did provide a comment reminding the applicant that they will need to call for locates prior to beginning construction on the addition. The Waterloo Region Catholic School Board has also provided a comment noting that education development charges will be collected prior to building permit. And the Township's Building Department also provided comments noting specifically that the original septic system was designed for a 2-bedroom, 19 fixture dwelling of 91 meters squared. Proposed increase in fixtures, square footage, and bedrooms requires a recommendation from a septic professional, which confirms that the septic system whether it needs upgrading and that there's adequate space to do so on the lot in accordance with the Ontario Building Code. Secondly, the submitted grading plan does not reflect the proposed construction. An updated plan is required to show the proposed construction of the building addition and how the overland flow on the site will be managed, particularly in the front yard and along the south lot line. The township has no record of a building permit for changes to the deck or the addition of a swim spa on the property, which was noted in the applicant's submission. Building permits will be required for both. The permit submission for the new work must include confirmation that the deck is freestanding and will not be impacted by the removal or replacement of the foundation, in addition to detailing the new structural support for the proposed deck overhang. And lastly, a minor variance approved in 1990, application number A1890, permitted a 104.9 meter square accessory structure, lot coverage allowance of 4% or 16 meters squared for the zone 3 property. The new frame shed, which is indicated on the survey, is not permitted as it would exceed the maximum lot coverage and does not conform to the required setbacks for an accessory structure as well. While the structure may not require a building permit due to its size, it must still conform to the township zoning bylaw in terms of permitted lot coverage. Staff recommends at this time that all comments and correspondence received from members of the public and government agencies be returned to staff for a future report to the committee on this matter. Staff will be considering matters which include all comments and correspondence received during the consultation process, whether the development meets the criteria before tests of the minor variance, and any potential impacts on surrounding properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Would the agent or the representative like to speak?
It was Chloe who was online.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she
Did
is.
we lose her?
She is online.
Is she online? Chloe, did you wish to speak? Chloe, you're muted. There we go.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, I'm the applicant for 5 Brown Ave. I'm here to answer any questions, but I think that the presentation sums up everything that the homeowners are looking to proceed with. Again, the addition is mainly to accommodate the front the wheelchair accessible vehicle for one of their children, as well as the addition itself is to make the living space more barrier free or accessible for their daily lifestyle as well. So yeah, I'm here to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Chloe. Any member of the public wish to speak? You're a very quiet group tonight. Councilors, any comments? Seeing none, can I have the motion, Councilor Tilly, please?
Moved by myself, second by Derek Osner, that PD report number 49-2025 be received, and then all comments and correspondence received through the consultation process will be returned to staff for consideration in a future report to the committee on the disposition of this matter.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we are at 7.5.4 report number PD 51/2025, the consent and minor variance applications for 1279 Branch Street Road, file number B 0425 A-1425 and A-1525. Notice has been given to those in accordance with the Planning Act. The Secretary Treasurer will keep a record of all persons who provide comments on this application and those who register with the Clerk's Department to request a notice of decision. Those individuals will be notified of the decision or the convening of future meetings on this application. Again, there's a sign-in sheet at the back if you'd like to sign in for this. Michael Compost, Manager of Planning, will present this application. Michael, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to present a public information report regarding submitted consent application and 2 minor variance applications for the property at 1279 Branchton Road, file numbers B04/25, A14/25, and A15/25. Again, the purpose of today's meeting is to provide an overview of the proposal received, to solicit comments, and to identify issues or matters to be assessed by staff as we move forward with the review of the applications. And for the purposes of this public meeting, all 3 applications have been consolidated into one report for efficiency as they are interrelated. So the subject property is located on the east side of Branchton Road, south of Morrison Road and north of Maple Manor Road, within a cluster of existing rural residential properties. Has an area of 13.35 hectares with a corresponding lot frontage of 217.5 meters along Branston Road. Property is developed with an existing single detached dwelling and a barn on private services. Surrounding uses generally consist of rural residential and agricultural properties. Under the township zoning bylaw, the property is zoned Z1 agriculture, and in the township official plan, it is designated as rural area and protected countryside. So the purpose of these submitted applications is to create one new rural residential lot for the development of a future single detached dwelling and to request relief from certain provisions of the general zoning bylaw for both the proposed severed lot and retained lot. The consent application, file number B04/25, proposes to sever the property to create this new rural residential lot. The proposed severed lot would be located on the southern portion of the property, south of the existing single detached dwelling and barn. It would have a frontage of 46 meters and a maximum depth of 184.3 meters. The retained lot, after the severance, would have an area of about 12.35 hectares and a frontage of 171.3 meters onto Branston Road. On the screen, you can see a visual concept plan showing the retained lot in green and the severed lot in red. The applicant has also submitted two minor variance applications, file numbers A14/25 and A15/25, to request relief from the minimum lot frontage and lot area requirements for both the proposed retained lot and the proposed severed lot. For the retained lot, the variances are requested as follows: to permit a minimum lot area of 12.35 hectares, whereas the current lot area of 13.35 hectares is recognized as an existing lot under section 7.5 of the bylaw. And to permit a minimum lot frontage of 171 meters, whereas the existing frontage of 217.5 meters is recognized under section 7.5 of the zoning bylaw. For the proposed severed lot, the variances are requested as follows: to permit a minimum lot area of 1 hectare, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot area of 35 hectares, and to permit a minimum lot frontage of 46 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum frontage of 230 meters. The figure on the left side of your screen shows the existing residential dwelling on the subject property. Access to the property is provided directly from Branston Road. The existing barn, which is located to the rear of the dwelling, is not visible in this photo. The photo on the right shows the proposed location of the severed lot, which is situated immediately south of the existing dwelling. This next photo illustrates the proposed area of the new residential lot, which would have future access from Branston Road. And as you can see, this portion of the property is currently vacant and offers a wide frontage along Branston Road. Planning staff have circulated notice of the applications to property owners within 120-meter radius of the subject property, as well as located notice signs along the Branston Road frontage of the property, identifying and describing the proposed applications under consideration. And at this time, no correspondence has been received from any members of the public. Any submitted correspondence received this evening or prior to a recommendation report being brought forward to the committee will be included as part of the final recommendation report. And with respect to comments received from the township departments and outside agencies, the following comments have been received as shown on your screen. Beginning with the township's engineering consultant, while the proposed lot size is sufficient to accommodate a private septic system under worst case conditions, a preliminary review of aquifer conditions suggests that further study will be needed to confirm an appropriate water supply. The location of the existing well and septic system for the dwelling at 1279 Branston Road should also be shown on the submitted drawings. An air photo show an existing drainage feature that conveys water southeast from the barn toward a nearby water course. This drainage area crosses the severed lot at about 2/3 of its depth. There needs to be some additional discussion on how this drainage functions today and how it will be maintained in the future. And given that the proposed lot is already at the maximum area, it may be better to reduce its depth so that this drainage remains part of the farm. Township's fire department has advised that they have no concerns or objections to the proposed consent and minor variance applications. The region of Waterloo has identified that Branston Road, also known as Regional Road 43, has a designated right-of-way of 30.48 meters. The 5-meter road widening will be required to be confirmed by an Ontario land surveyor and conveyed to the region free of cost and encumbrance. This widening will also need to be reflected on the severance sketch. The region has also advised that a regional access permit will be required for any future access to the severed lot, and that a lot grading plan will need to be submitted for regional review and approval. Overall, the region has no objections to these applications, subject to the completion of the road widening to the region's satisfaction, completion of a regional access permit, and the submission of an acceptable lot grading plan. Finally, comments have also been received from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Waterloo Catholic District School Board, the Grand River Conservation Authority, and Grand Bridge Energy. All of these agencies confirm that they have no concerns or objections to the proposed applications. Any additional comments received through staff and agency review will be included as part of a future recommendation report to council. At this time, staff is recommending that no decision on the merits of the planning applications be made, and that all comments and correspondence received through the consultation process be returned to staff for further consideration as part of a future report to the committee. Future staff report will consider matters including but not limited to all comments and correspondence received during the consultation process as prescribed by section 45(1) of the Planning Act, whether the proposed variances meet the criteria of the 4 tests for minor variance, whether the proposal is, in the opinion of staff, appropriate and desirable for the subject property, having regard for its current and previous uses, surrounding context and pattern of development along Branchton Road, the potential impact of the proposed development on adjacent and surrounding properties, including land use compatibility, lot fabric, and minimum distance separation requirements, the interpretation and the application of official plan policy 2.10.3, which provides criteria for permitting limited rural residential infill in areas outside of the designated rural settlement area, the suitability of the proposed separate lot for private well and septic servicing, and the potential implications of further agricultural land fragmentation, agricultural land preservation, and the overall vision for the rural area. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Would the agent like to speak?
Through you, Madam Mayor, good evening and good evening, council. I'm Dylan Schneider on behalf of the property owner with GST Group. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the consent and minor variance application.
Do we have any questions yet, councilors?
Actually,
Councilor Tilly?
just one question, I guess, is this for, potentially for a new place to be sold, or is it be an extension for, possibly new family members to move in? It's just a question I've heard from the community.
Yeah, for sure. We are actually not too sure at the time. Take that back and we can talk with the client and then we can confirm with Michael our detail.
If more curiosity than anything, I'm sure we'll find out, but so far, we'll continue listening. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak? Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Councilor Rowland?
Moving myself, so by Councilor Wilms, that the report number 51-2025 be received, and all comments correspondence received through the constitution process be returned to staff for consideration and future report to the committee on the disposition of this matter.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Next is 7.6.1, report number PD 52-2025, minor variance application for 580 Piper Street, file number A-113/25. Notice has been given to those in accordance with the Planning Act. The Secretary Treasurer will keep a record of all persons who provide comments on this application and those who register with the Clerk's Division to request a notice of decision. Those individuals will be notified of the decision of the Committee of future meetings on this application. Again, there should be a sign-in sheet at the back. Don't hesitate to sign it if you want more information. Michael Campos, Manager of Planning, will present this application. Michael, please.
Thank you once again, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to present a recommendation report regarding a submitted minor variance application for the property at 580 Piper Street, file number A13/25. And the purpose of this meeting is to present a staff recommendation for the committee's consideration in conjunction with an overview of the proposal received. Today's meeting will also serve to solicit comments and to identify any issues that may need further review. The subject property is located east of the intersection of Piper Street and Chelsea Road. It has an approximate area of 0.72 acres with a frontage of 64.5 meters along Piper Street. Surrounding land uses include industrial, agricultural, and rural residential properties, as well as the valley system of the Myth River. The property is currently developed with a one-story single detached dwelling and an accessory building. It is serviced by a private well and septic system. Under the Township zoning bylaw, the property is zoned Z1 agriculture and is subject to site-specific exemption 20.1.8, which establishes a minimum lot area of 0.29 hectares and a minimum lot frontage of 64 meters along Piper Street. In the Township's official plan, the property is designated as prime agricultural. Purpose of this minor variance application is to address a small reduction in the front yard setback for a covered porch attached to the principal dwelling on the subject property. In August of 2023, the Committee of Adjustment approved a previous minor variance, file number A07/23, permitting a reduced front yard building line of 14.4 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum setback of 16 meters. Following the completion of construction, it was confirmed that the covered porch was built at a setback of 13.93 meters, which is slightly closer to the front lot line than what was previously approved. This new application has been submitted to recognize that reduced setback and reflect the as-built condition. Relief is requested from section 6.10.2 of the Township's general zoning bylaw, which requires a front yard building line of 16 meters. While a previous variance allowed a reduced setback of 14.4 meters, the owner is now seeking approval for a setback of 13.93 meters to match the as-built location of the covered porch. This slide shows the existing residential dwelling and the covered porch. As you can see, there remains a substantial separation between the dwelling and the front property line, even with the reduced setback. Planning staff have circulated notice of the application to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, and a notice sign has been posted along the Piper Street frontage. No correspondence has been received from any members of the public. The application was also circulated to internal departments and outside agencies, and all responding departments and agencies confirmed that they have no objections or concerns with the request to recognize the as-built condition of the dwelling. Planning staff is of the opinion that the requested variance meets the 4 tests for a minor variance under the Planning Act. First, it is our opinion that the variance is minor in nature. This is a small reduction in the setback with no adverse impacts on neighboring properties, no conflicts with zoning provisions, and no effect on sight lines or grading. Second, it is our opinion that the variance is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. It allows the covered porch to enhance the home's entryway, complements the streetscape, and remains compatible with the rural context of the area. Third, it's our opinion that the variance maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. It recognizes the as-built building line setback with a minor adjustment, ensuring compliance while respecting the intent of the original approval. And finally, it is our opinion that the variance maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. The property remains in residential use within the prime agricultural designation, consistent with policy direction for existing lots of record. It is staff's recommendation to the Committee of Adjustment that a decision on minor variance application A1325 be approved. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. As the applicant or the agent wish to speak? Any members of the public wish to speak on this issue? Should always be this easy. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please? And that's Councilor Ostner, please.
Moved by myself, second by Scott Tilley, that PD report number 52-2025 be received. And that minor variance application A-1325 being requested permit a building line setback of 13 meters, whereas section 610(1) of the general zoning bylaw number 689-83 requires a minimum setback 16 meters. A minor variance application A-0723 previously approved a reduced setback of 14.4 meters be approved.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Now the motion to adjourn Committee of Adjustment, Council Rose, please.
Moved by myself, second by Scott Tilley, that pursuant to the Planning Act, public meeting and the Committee of Adjustment be adjourned at 6:55 p.m.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Well, now the public meetings and hearings, so 8.2.1, report number proposed, PD 50/2025, proposed telecommunication tower for 280 Wayne Drive, file number TC-0125. Anybody wants to say this thing over who they can? Notice has been given to those in accordance with the township policy. Staff will keep a record of all persons who have provided comments on this application and those who registered with the clerk's department to request a notice of decision. These individuals will be notified of the decision or the convening of future meetings on this application. There's a sign-in sheet at the back, so if anyone wants a future update on this, they can sign the sign-in sheet and we will notify them. Brock Linklater, senior planner, will provide this application. Brock, please.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. The following presentation is for a telecommunication tower application, TC 0125, for the property located at 280 Wadham Drive in North Dumfries. Purpose of this meeting is to provide an overview proposal, solicit comments, and identify any issues or matters to be assessed by staff prior to forming a recommendation. Subject property, municipally addressed as 280 Wadham Drive, is located on the north side of Wadham Drive, immediately west of the intersection of Wadham Drive and Arnold Drive, within the Highway 401 Regional Road 97 employment area. The property has an approximate area of 10,091 square meters or 1 hectare, with a corresponding lot frontage of 54.86 meters onto Wadham Drive. Property is developed with an existing industrial shop along with vehicle and trailer storage areas, and surrounding land uses are primarily industrial in nature. The subject property is zoned Z11 industrial in the township zoning bylaw. In the township's official plan, the property is located within the Highway 401 Regional Road 97 employment area and is designated as dry industrial commercial. The applicant has submitted an application to erect a self-support telecommunications tower that is 60 meters in height. The proposed tower will be enclosed within a fenced 15 meter by 15 meter secured compound to be located at the northwest corner of the property. As per the submitted planning justification report, the proposed tower is a replacement tower for the existing Rogers Tower site, which is going to be decommissioned at 7 Cochrane Drive in Ayr. The report states that the tower would ensure that there is not a large gap in service for the Highway 401 corridor and industrial area, as there are no other active telecommunication towers within a 2-kilometer radius of this site. The tower will be built to accommodate antennas and equipment for future technology services and provide for co-location with other carriers. The proposed location of the 15 meter by 15 meter fence compound is highlighted in green on the proposed site plan shown on the right of this slide. The tower is proposed to be located in the northwest corner as noted, which is the furthest possible location on the site from the fronting streets of Wadham and Arnold Drive. Access will be provided from the existing entry point on Wadham Drive. And it should also be noted that Arnold Drive is an unopened gravel road allowance and is not a maintained road at this time. Following the completion of the public consultation process, the township will inform the applicant and Industry Canada through a signed letter that the local land use consultation requirement process has been completed in accordance with the township's telecommunication tower protocol, including comments raised during the public consultation process and recommendations regarding the proposed development. On this slide, you can see 2 different viewpoints illustrating a before and after view for the proposed telecommunication tower, with the before being on the top image and the after being on the bottom. The view on the left is from the subject property's frontage at Wadham Drive, and the other on the right is from the intersection of Wadham Drive and Industrial Road, with the proposed tower being highlighted on the bottom images. There has been no correspondence received from any members of the public. Any correspondence received following this meeting will be reviewed by staff and incorporated into a future recommendation report to council. For agency correspondence, the Grand River Conservation Authority, Early Region Catholic School Board, and Canada Post have all stated that they have no comments or concerns about this application. The Township's Engineering and Public Works Department is requesting that additional information be added to the grading plan. Specifically, they required that an outlet location for the flows being directed towards the rear of the property be clearly identified on the plan and shown. Additionally, they requested that a brief stormwater management memorandum letter be submitted with the revised grading plan explaining the location of this outlet and noting any associated changes to the grading plan from the originally submitted plan. The Ministry of Transportation has no objections to this proposal. The MTO did add, however, that the noted removal of the existing tower to be replaced at 7 Cochrane Drive will require an MTO building and land use permit application, which will be required for the removal and replacement of that tower. The Region of Waterloo has stated they have no objections to the proposal. They did note that the tower itself is below the 487-meter airport zoning regulations limit. However, with the use of construction cranes on a tower, there is the possibility that these cranes may go above this limit. Therefore, if construction cranes are used, the applicant should obtain Transport Canada's aeronautical assessment form for obstruction evaluation and receive approval from NAV Canada. As part of the review of this application, the township's telecommunication tower protocol outlines that the proponent is responsible for organizing and chairing a community information session in addition to the public meeting today being held before council. The community information session was held on August 7th, 2025, last week at the North Dumfries Community Complex from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Notification of this information session was posted in the Air News for members of the public on July 2nd, 2025 by the applicant. Mail-out notices were also sent out to property owners within a radius of 120 meters of the subject property. A notification sign was also posted on the property, which identified the date and time of the community information session, with no public comments being received prior to this session. Additionally, no members of the public attended the information session on August 7th. At this time, staff is recommending that all comments and correspondence received from members of the public and government agencies through the consultation process be returned to staff for future report to council on this matter. Staff will be considering the following matters in a future recommendation report to council. All comments and correspondence received, if the subject proposal and the opinion of staff is desirable for the property, and whether it complies fully with the township's telecommunication tower and telecommunication antenna preferred location protocol, as well as any impacts on surrounding properties from the proposed development. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. The agent Victoria, are you online?
Hello, thank you. Yes, I am here.
Would you like to make any comments?
Sure. First off, good evening, Your Worship, members of council and planning staff. I just really wanted to say thank you to all the work that's gone into this. I know that planning staff spend a lot of time going through these applications, and they're not, as we can see, lots of these applications come through. So I really appreciate the time that they've spent. I just really quickly wanted to share my screen just to show a couple images. So just so you can see, this is the existing tower that is set to be replaced. And here is the subject property with and without the tower. And this is just another aerial footage just to show that the access, we'll use the existing access on the property and just extend it to that back corner. As Brock noted, we've pushed it as far back as possible from the frontage of the road, and that helps with visibility as well as to keep away from anyone kind of driving by and make sure there's no safety or visibility concerns. Just a little bit of that site plan that Brock already shared. It is a 60-meter tower, which is the exact same as the existing tower that's already there. So we're just replacing kind of the same tower for the same, just in a different location. And this just shows the general coverage that there's existing towers in the area. There's an existing Rogers 51-meter, as well as an existing Rogers 80-meter. And then the red shows the existing tower and the green shows the new proposed tower. And it just shows how, even though there is a slight shift in location, it's between the existing towers. It's really going to make sure that industrial area is covered as well as the 401 is covered. So the goal really is to make sure that there's not a gap in coverage and to make sure that we're not taking away coverage that's already there. So that's really all for my presentation. I just wanted to kind of show those extra pieces. Sorry, I'm just trying to stop that sharing. And so thank you for your time. And if there's any questions, please, I would love to answer them if possible.
Thank you, Victoria. Is any member of the public have any questions? Seeing none, any members of council have any questions, comments? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please? Is this Councillor Tilly? Okay, Councillor Tilly.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Ossner, that PD report number 50-2025 be received, and that all comments and correspondence received through the consultation process be returned to staff for further consideration and a future report on council in the disposition of this matter.
All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it is my pleasure to make a presentation to Shannon Black, Director of Development Services, Chief Building Official, regarding completion of the Masters of Public Administration from Western University. Shannon Black, Director of Developmental Services, Chief Building Official, is in attendance tonight, and I would like to ask Shannon, please come forward to be acknowledged for your continued professional and educational, where is it? Professional and educational development. We'd like to congratulate Shannon Black for completing her master's degree. Shannon has received her Master's of Public Administration from Western University. On behalf of the Township and North Dumfries Council and staff and the public, we would like to congratulate you on this monumental achievement. Well done, Shannon.
When did you start the doctorate, right? When did you start the doctorate?
Doctor, absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
And Councilwoman, you have a motion.
Moved by myself by Councilor Ossner that the presentation to Shannon Black, Director of Development Services, and Chief Building Official regarding her completion of a Master's of Public Administration from Western University be received with congratulations.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now, do presentation from Laura Phillips, Manager of Business and Industrial Development, Region of Waterloo Region Economic Development Strategy. Andrew McNeely, Chief Administrative Officer, would like to make an introduction statement. Now, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Laura will be speaking momentarily. The work has been underway for the past 2 years. This is a region-wide strategy affecting obviously the region, but also it's been done in consultation with 7 area municipalities and our business relation partners, including Waterloo EDC, the Labor Task Force, and other community groups to ensure a robust, forward-thinking document to assist us in developing new opportunities, create employment, and strengthen employment opportunities across Waterloo region. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Laura, who will provide an overview of the key conclusions and outcomes from that study and analysis.
Welcome, Laura.
Thank you.
Is it on?
I believe it's on.
You just proper roll
Okay.
call.
Well, thank you, Council. I appreciate you having me here today, and I look forward to telling you about this body of work. So the creation of the Waterloo Region Economic Development Strategy has been a great collaborative effort, as Andrew mentioned, across the community. The working group has been together since 2023, and we've been working on building a strategy that really responds to the need of Waterloo Region. The area municipal economic development staff, regional staff, Waterloo EDC, the Immigration Partnership, Waterloo Region, the local chambers of commerce, the Workforce Planning Board, businesses, and community members have all worked together to establish this strategy to ensure our economic vibrancy. How do I share that slides here?
Oh, you have. It is open.
Yeah, where we left off. So to support our projected growth in 2022, regional staff facilitated conversations with community interest stakeholders around the region to see if we actually needed a new economic development strategy. Not surprisingly, 100% of the people that we talked to agreed that we did need the development of a new strategy to guide our region. So with the support of Regional Council, an area municipal working group was formalized and public engagement for the new strategy began in 2023. A steering committee comprised of all of the municipal CAOs was also put together to provide leadership and direction on the strategy. The approach to building this strategy was different than its predecessor, which was built in 2015. During the pandemic, it became very clear that how quickly our community priorities can change. And this next iteration of the Waterloo Region Economic Development Strategy was built to ensure the evolving state of economic development is regularly considered by the area municipal working group and reflected in the strategy. And it's interesting that as all of these different pressures have kind of come to play with Trump coming into power and down south and all of the impacts on our community from the tariffs. I've been asked a number of times if this strategy is still relevant given all of those changes, and my answer is a resounding yes. We really built this strategy to be flexible and to be able to change along with the needs of the community. And so as opposed to putting together kind of a static document, the idea in this is that it's reflective of the community. The working group gets together every 6 months to a year, takes a look at what has been prioritized for our community, and then we adapt based on how things kind of change. We'll get into a little bit more about what the community has told us about what we need to be doing next. First, in terms of how this was developed, we did want to point out that through Waterloo EDC, their partnership agreement, the region of Waterloo, the area municipalities and Waterloo EDC operate within a framework to ensure that we have clearly defined roles and responsibilities. And this economic development strategy was developed with those roles and responsibilities in mind. To break it down a little bit further and to provide some additional clarity on the roles and responsibilities breakdown between the region and the area municipalities, we've compiled the bullets that you can see here before you. As you can see, the region and the area municipalities each remain focused on areas and initiatives that they're able to have the most impact on. So in terms of what we did, for community engagement over the course of 2023 and 2024, we did extensive research and inclusive community engagement was conducted with more than 1,800 members of the community heard. As you can see, this included hundreds of members of the business community, newcomers to the community, children, youth, students, and Indigenous community engagement. Each working group member contributed to the engagement, research, drafting, and execution of the strategy and will continue to play a critical role in regional economic development beyond 2025. Desktop research included background review of significant plans and strategies that shape economic development in Waterloo Region, including recent municipal strategic plans, official plans, area municipal economic development strategies, the region's corporate climate action plan, the Transform WR strategy, the Job Sites Challenge report, among many others. So I'll give you a quick overview of some of our, a summary of our research and engagement. So in terms of what we learned from a community perspective, we learned that wraparound services to support our workforce are critical, including affordable housing, childcare and health care services, cultural events, arts and culture activities. All of these things influence talent attraction and retention. Waterloo Region's ethno-cultural diversity is strong, but there are inequities and challenges faced by racialized and equity-deserving groups in the workforce, including Indigenous peoples, newcomers and immigrants, people with mental and physical disabilities, women, and LGBTQIA+ identifying individuals. There's also a misalignment between job seekers and employers in the community, made evident by the high unemployment rate and the labor force participation rate, coupled with a steady growth across many sectors. So basically, we have lots of people looking for jobs and we have lots of job postings out there. And we're seeing lots of job growth, but we still have a very high unemployment rate, which is telling us that there's some sort of misalignment between the folks who are looking and the folks who are posting. And so we're doing some work with some of our job seeking partners to see how we can look at doing simple things like rewriting job descriptions to really accurately reflect what the job is going to look like to help close that gap. In terms of the economic context, we learned that there is strong growth in residential building permit approvals and a need to accelerate and incentivize residential building construction for approved permits to address continuous affordability and availability challenges in the real estate and rental markets. Waterloo Region sectors and clusters are diverse and present opportunities for improving economic resilience and sustainability. growing local supply chains, and bolstering investment attraction, all of which are really important to our economy right now. There's also a strong investment appetite in Waterloo region from local, Canadian, and international firms, but firms face barriers to entry, including a significant shortage of serviced employment lands and associated infrastructure to support investment. And finally, the business priorities must be reflected in economic development planning to support growth, including mitigating and adapting to the effects of climate change, improving access to public transit for employment lands, and supporting the scaling of Waterloo region's innovation ecosystem. And a quick data snapshot. So additionally, there's a couple of key statistics that are important to highlight in terms of our economy. First, we continue to be one of the fastest growing CMAs in Canada. That has slowed a little bit with some of the immigration policy changes, but we have traditionally been one of the fastest growing communities in the last few years. In 2022, about $7 billion in manufacturing spending, or approximately 60% of the manufacturing annual spend. So that's the Waterloo region number, $7 billion in manufacturing annually. 60% of that was leaving our community, representing an opportunity to bolster local supply chains. Attainable housing and access to family positions continue to be a challenge here. We need more serviced employment lands to attract jobs and investments to Waterloo region and support local business expansion. While our unemployment rate remains high, so does our population growth and our opportunity to better align job seekers and posters, as I just mentioned, and inflationary pressures like rent continue to be a challenge. All right, so all of this data was put together to kind of inform the strategic pillars that I'd like to present to you today. And these are the 5 pillars that the working group has come up with. So they represent the shared priorities and common goals for all Waterloo region economic development partners. They are talent, land readiness, scaling local innovation, strategic sector support, and quality of life. And I'll just quickly share a slide on each one to give you a little bit more information on those. So first is talent. During the initial stages of community engagement, it became clear that talent is a top concern for our community, both for businesses struggling to secure talent and by the talent in the community who are trying to secure employment. To support this need, a dedicated plan of action was required. To this end, Deloitte was retained to develop the Waterloo Region Talent Attraction, Retention, and Reskilling Plan. The plan consists of a recommended plan of action from the consultant that aims to bridge the gaps and tackle challenges within our community's talent pool. These recommendations recognize that talent attraction, retention, reskilling, and integration are key focus areas. So in terms of attraction, that's referring to defining the region's value proposition to attract, grow, and diversify the job pool, improving labor force participation for equity deserving groups, and improving talent-focused wraparound supports. Retention is really focused around retaining post-secondary and secondary graduates. We're actually a talent generator here in the region with our 3 post-secondary institutions. So for us, the challenge is helping them see the value of staying in the region and helping them understand how their skills can be used here locally. So we also need to be thinking about how we're supporting local businesses and retaining their workforce and improving wraparound supports to keep the talent in the community. In terms of reskilling, increasing alignment of education and training with employer needs, strengthening partnerships to promote continuous experiential learning, and thinking about how we support employees in declining occupations with transitioning to high growth industries are all kind of top strategies that we need to be thinking about. And for integration, this has to do with supporting integration of equity deserving groups into the workforce through partnerships with representative parties, advocacy groups, and promoting reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives in the workplace. So land readiness, I've mentioned the lack of serviced employment lands here a couple times, but it certainly came through pretty strongly in ongoing conversations with interest holders, community, businesses, investors, leaders. This is a critical need. We need shovel-ready employment lands to help get ourselves ready for investment here. Waterloo Region urgently needs shovel-ready lands for both employment and residential development to ensure job growth and housing availability to keep up with our rapidly growing population. The land readiness pillar recognizes this urgent need by outlining priority areas to streamline regional policy and processes surrounding strategic infrastructure servicing and land development and aligning the market to demand. with employment and residential lands. In terms of scaling innovation, we all know about our reputation here within our community as one of Canada's top innovation hubs. And while this strength is validated through our research and engagement, we also heard that there's a need for a shift in the tech ecosystem from startup to scale up. Waterloo Region has no shortage of our entrepreneurs and startups, but a greater focus needs to be placed on ensuring they have the capital, mentorship, support, services, and land resources necessary to place roots and to grow here. For strategic sector support, Waterloo Region is home to several dominant industry sectors, including advanced manufacturing, automotive, food processing, agriculture, fintech, and technology and digital media. Our status as a global tech leader attracts innovation and growth across all industry sectors, with the rise of artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation. Feedback from local interest holders and industry representatives showed a desire to see a holistic or a community-wide approach to considering the impacts of emerging sectors and the role they will play in future economic growth activities like investment attraction, business retention and expansion, and workforce development. And our final pillar is not one that you would typically find in an economic development strategy, but it is one that's crucial to our community growth. Activities like investment attraction, business retention and expansion, and workforce development and entrepreneurship are dependent on maintaining a high quality of life for residents and businesses. When quality of life is high, well-being increases, talent and investment come to Waterloo Region, and our community grows. While engagement showed that our community's quality of life is high, we also heard about the critical need for improvement in essential services and amenities that have a strong impact on the quality of life. Wraparound services that support talent, including lowering cost of living, access to housing, family physicians, childcare, public transportation, and community connectedness are all critical to improving quality in Waterloo Region. So in terms of how we're going to do this, I mentioned when I was opening that this plan is structured differently than most traditional kind of economic development strategies. The 2015 strategy included 43 actions and over 220 sub-actions for the working group members to adopt in their existing development activities and strategies. And while many were adopted and had success, there were some that were never realized. So the plan that we've put together here recognizes that the work is already being undertaken by the area municipalities and by the working group in each of these 5 strategic pillars. So what we've done is reach out to all of the area municipalities. We've taken inventory of the programs, services, and strategies currently underway or in the pipeline. And then we've cataloged all of the work according to the pillars that I've shared with you today. This helps us to better identify gaps and opportunities for collaboration that align within the community's economic development priorities. So to support all of this work, we have developed a terms of reference that will outline the roles and responsibilities of the working group members moving forward. And it sets expectations about how information will be updated and made publicly available. The terms of reference is attached as an appendix to the strategy, and that can be found on our Engage working page. I can circulate the link after if you haven't had an opportunity to review the strategy already. And then on an annual basis, the working group members will assess the alignment of the strategic pillars with the evolving state of economic development in Waterloo Region. If the working group determines that the framework or a particular pillar is no longer aligned with the needs of the community, we'll revisit the strategy and make the changes as needed. The performance of the strategy and working group will also be reviewed on an annual basis by the municipal CAOs who make up the steering committee. And finally, in terms of next steps, so we first brought a draft of the strategy to Regional Council back in January. We have been slowly making the rounds to all of the area municipalities as well as the Waterloo EDC Board of Directors. We've been to 6 Nations to share a draft of this. The strategy, as I mentioned, is also publicly available for review on Engage WR. And our hope is to take it back to Regional Council before the end of 2025 for official endorsement. And at that time, we'll officially kick off the working group meetings and get on with kind of monitoring and measuring. So with that, I thank you very much for your time and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Laura. Is there any questions, Council? Council Williams.
Thank you for your presentation. Through Madam Mayor, I'm just, one of the things that you mentioned was around AI and robotics. That is just in the inception stage so far, but how do you see your working group help the community adapt to what's going to be a rather major disruption, or likely going to be a rather major disruption to the workforce?
So I mean, I wish I had a crystal ball so that I could answer that question more perfectly for you, but what I will say is that Waterloo Region is one of the top places in the world that is looking at AI research, and I can vouch for that by some of the investors that we've had in the community recently, you know, looking at investment here. We're doing some leading edge work in AI here, so we're very fortunate that our post-secondaries are helping to lead the charge there. And we do have good working relationships with a lot of those thought leaders. One of the things that we definitely are trying to take a look at is how we can bring industry and some of those thought leaders from the academic side together so that we can bring some of that forward into the workforce here. And certainly we'll be keeping our eyes on it and looking for opportunities to help local businesses and government organizations adapt as we can.
Any other questions? Seeing that, you know, I'm in an interesting position, so I see both sides. I see your economic side, and I see what's happening today. So building's happening in the cities, and that's great, but it's not affordable. We still haven't hit any affordable housing, so we have not even touched that yet. 12 years ago, I went to the region and said, you have to start to get land ready. And every year I went and they said, oh, we're doing it. And I found out last year they had done nothing until now. That put us in this back hole. Builders can't build because there's nobody else buying. So we have this one stream of the reality of today of people in society, and this other stream where we have to promote business and move forward. But we've got to have our eyes wide open to see both streams to be able to deal with it realistically. I worry that sometimes we get going and we get pie in the sky and we don't feel, but nothing seems to move forward because it doesn't meet our demands. The first thing, you get affordable housing, you're going to turn a lot of things around, but we're not there yet. Nobody can even define it. We don't even know what affordable housing means. So we all have a lot of work ahead of us. I thank you for coming today and for an excellent presentation. Let's be hopeful.
Let's be hopeful. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And now it is my privilege to welcome Michael Clay, Center. I apologize, I missed the motion, Councillor Alsher. I was getting too excited there, guys.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Rowland, that the presentation from Laura Philippe, Manager of Business and Industrial Development, Region Waterloo, regarding the Waterloo Region Economic Development Strategy be received for information with thanks.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now, that's so many nice presentations to us. Now, delegation from Michael Place, Center for the Community Group of North Dumfries regarding the fundraising program for the Twin Pad project related to staff report number CAO-19/2025, agenda item 13.2.18, and I believe Russ Hutchins is in as well. So Michael, you got it.
Yeah, Russ is gonna keep me straight, so.
Oh, okay. No, it's a tough job.
Actually, I gotta be, it's interesting to see the presentation that was done by EDC. I was part of the original working group that had set up the EDC many years ago under Mike Murray.
Yes.
Although some of the issues that you discussed and they discussed are still there. So it's we all said these were the things that have to be addressed, still there. But anyway, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for having me here today. I'm here in the capacity as co-chair of the Live and Play 2 community fundraising campaign for the net zero twin pad expansion being undertaken by the campaign that had been undertaken by the CCG under the MOU that had been executed with Township. Since I'm limited to 5 minutes today, I'm primarily speaking in reference to CA Report 19/2025, which was provided to you under agenda item 13.2.18. CAO McNeely included our proposed charts for naming rights and sponsorships in his report, and we're requesting that council approve our proposal so that we can proceed with the campaign. If time permits, we'll provide a short campaign update to council. There's some important considerations for you regarding our proposal. We have a campaign goal of $2.12 million in tough economic times, with considerably less naming opportunities than we had with our original Live and Play campaign for the NDCC 15 years ago. Achieving our fundraising target will be challenging. And as we've indicated in the past, meeting will require a significant part of the fundraising to come from naming rights and sponsorships. We believe that this range of opportunities that we proposed and the terms associated with them will maximize our chances for success. We are and will be working very closely with CAO McNeely and Township staff, and particularly so on sponsorships, which we've highlighted in yellow on our charts that I've provided to you to look at it. You haven't seen the note yet. We had proposed that we try to secure the overall community building sponsorship for a limited term, which is something that we've not tried before. Similarly, we are proposing sponsorships for the scoreboard in the new arena and the existing shots on goal scoreboard in the Air Farmers Mutual Arena. The existing township policy outlines a process for securing such sponsorships, but this process is cumbersome for a broad campaign like ours, and we're proposing that the council allows us to approach this differently. We will make the approach to provincial sponsors and will work closely with CEO McNeely and Township staff to ensure that the appropriate agreements are negotiated and put in place for the sponsorships once we've identified candidates in specific terms. We will then report to council on a quarterly basis on the status of the sponsorships and other naming rights in general. Your agreement on this approach would be much appreciated. It would make our lives a lot easier and certainly reduce the amount of paperwork that has to be submitted. Secondly, we've identified a series of naming opportunities in our charts highlighted in green, which are more permanent in return for signage at these locations in recognition on a campaign donor wall. From our experience and recent discussions with potential core donors, there is an expectation that the terms for these naming rights be in perpetuity, consistent with what was offered and secured in the original Live and Play campaign from 15 years ago. The township policy calls for a fixed term on such naming opportunities, and we're proposing that the council waives the requirement for these particular items so as to meet donor expectations and maximize our chances for success. Again, your agreement on this approach would be much appreciated. The township policy allows for adjustments on terms and process in specific cases, and we believe this makes sense for the Live and Play 2 campaign. Accordingly, we respectfully request the council approve a motion today. Following this meeting and approval by council of our proposed amendments to the township policy for this campaign, we believe that we can secure a number of larger pledges tied to naming rights from donors in short order. Our plan is to secure these prior to a formal campaign announcement in September, so as to build up some momentum and community awareness at the campaign start. There is some urgency to our proposal as we want to kickstart the campaign on a very positive note, increasing our potential to meeting the fundraising target. Thank you. And if after questions and discussion, if there is time, I can do a very quick campaign update.
Questions, councillors? We have a discussion, questions? Do we want to bring the motion forward, Council Williams? Council Williams.
Is the CEO going to do his report now, or are we voting on how we're doing this?
CEO McNeely?
So, Madam Mayor, Mr. Play's presentation has framed many of the contents that were in my staff report. Staff, as Mr. Play has indicated, council will have to turn their mind to will you allow for variance to the current 2017 policy on naming rights to remove some of the prescriptive steps that have been identified in that original policy. As Mr. Play has identified, the policy does allow council the discretion to deviate from the written policy. And what we're asking for is based on the magnitude of the scope and scale, whether or not council will be agreeable to set aside certain aspects and allow staff to work with the CCG on naming rights, the majority of the building and or land holdings, and we will provide those updates in a quarterly report. We have already committed to Township Council to provide quarterly reports on the construction phase what we're suggesting is there would be a chapter in that report that speaks specifically to the work undertaken by CCG and any milestones that they've achieved. As of that time, when those reports would be published. Second aspect deals with the building itself. And whether or not council is agreeable or comfortable to actually allow the CCG petition potential sponsors to secure the naming of the building based on significant contribution. And I believe the CCG had proposed a spend equivalent of $500,000, the $250,000 being the upfront payment, and the residual being paid over the subsequent 5-year period. I did give examples to Township Council in the report. At present, we have not named any buildings in the township after an individual or a corporation through a sponsorship proposal. However, Township has identified and named community-wide facilities under a corporate innovation. Our park to the rear of this building is a prime example. We also referenced that Wellesley Township and the recent opening of their recreation complex approximately a year ago. It is actually named after two guys who made a significant contribution to the building campaign in Wellesley. The council should turn their mind to it, and if there is an adopted resolution, we would need directions so that CCG and staff understand the guardrails at which we are operating. So resolution contained in my report isn't a resolution for adoption, it's a resolution to frame council turning their mind to establishing what those guardrails are that would assist both the CCG and staff as they move forward and reach out to prospective parties with donations or sponsorship.
Council Williamson and Council Roman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just with regards to the naming, my only concern here would be, is there, like, when we proposed name for parks, we verified that the names were suitable and reflected our values. Is there anything like that going, like any looking review of that? Just to, that is my only question or concern. For the rest,
I believe, and I'll bow to Michael in a minute, but I believe when the names were coming up, they come to us from council as well. But Michael, if you'd like to respond.
Yeah, our intent is, we have a short list of it. Obviously, there aren't gonna be that many candidates for sponsorship of the building as an example of the other ones. We will obviously run that by CEO Neely for an initial test and when I ran a campaign for the Sunnyside Home Foundation and I was vice chair there, we had similar sort of set of rules for the campaign where we just went back to the at the time, it's a regional facility, so we ended up just making sure that they didn't have any problems. And actually, in one case, we actually proposed not to put a name forward because we didn't think it reflected the values of the Sunnyside Home Foundation at the time. So rest assured that we're very cognizant of that, and the type of sponsors we're looking at are going to be the ones that aren't going to be controversial. You can rest assured, and we obviously can't make any commitments on the naming rights of this because when we do a sponsorship, we have to work hand in hand with the township staff and CAO McNeely in writing out the agreement for that naming or that sponsorship. So there is checks and balances in there, so we're not going to have the wrong individuals reflected or the wrong companies reflected in that building.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple concerns. My first concern is, as council, we've never discussed whether or not we want to have alcohol companies sponsoring arenas or playgrounds. Nothing against Willowball. I have a restaurant, I have a liquor license. As a licensee, I have a responsibility not to appeal directly or indirectly to people under the drinking age or people who are vulnerable, like such as children. If I'm advertising alcohol in a playground setting to children, I have a concern with that. I don't think we should be doing that. I have no problem with the Willowball Senior Center. They can drink, they're legal age. The playground, I have a problem with that. So I'm wondering, as council, you know, Vanderhaven Playground sounds fine to me, or Vanderhaven Family Playground. But Willowball Playground, I have a concern with that. It sounds like it's a beer tent. So I don't really like that idea. So that's my first concern. My second concern is with the perpetuity aspect. I think perpetuity is fine, but I think we need an escape clause. Because if a company folds, for example, let's look at Heritage Trucking, they're gone. That name should revert back to the township. As Mr. Play has said, we have very few choices here, very few options here, what we can go after, right? If Heritage Trucking is gone, maybe that name comes back to us and we have a chance to relist it, you know? If we look at, I know ComDev's gone, but it says Play Family on there, whatever, but ComDev, for example, is gone. Gallagher's Travel is gone. These names should be reverted back to the township, and then we should be able to go back to CCG and say, hey, these companies are defunct. These companies have been absorbed or bought or purchased by other people. I know Gallagher's Travel was bought by Vision Travel, which was bought by Direct Travel. So who actually has the naming rights here? So we should have some sort of escape clause that if something happens to the company or they hit, you know, disrepute or whatever, there should be an escape clause that reverts that name back to council. Then we have the option to basically relist that name and see if we can get additional fundraising dollars from that name.
Councilors' comments, I think they're pretty good ideas. Councilor Austin.
Just adding on to that with Councilor Rollman. I think that's fine if you have companies that you know, are defunct or bankrupt or gone or just closed down, whatever. However, we have to be careful, like, for example, if this trucking company buys that trucking company and they still have 5 years left, we should be able to transfer it to the new company's name for the remainder of the contract. Rather than say, okay, I'm sorry, Heritage sold, but now it's called something else. And you don't get that perk of the company that you bought. Should there be like some sort of transfer fee? But I don't think that they should lose it completely unless the company's gone. If the company's gone completely, then we should be able to do as Councilwoman says, you know, move it on and see if we can find other spots that.
But some of the, okay, but some of these were in perpetuity, like, Heritage. Okay, but they are gone, so do we approach Steve Lowe and say, would you like it to change to Steve Lowe and whatever? We have to really, but Michael, you go ahead, you got some suggestion?
No, it's just a comment that I will make is that, as an example, the ComDev still exists, it's just owned by another company at this point in time. When we did not only ComDev Field here, but we did the ComDev Soccer Dome, Cambridge, if you're gonna be right there, we did those in perpetuity. And largely because there are a huge number of ComDev employees, ex-ComDev employees that are still living in those areas in Cambridge and actually even in North Dumfries. And for people like me, who was one of those ex-employees, albeit the ex-CEO, I would object if somebody said, take away the ComDev name on the field, because I'd say, oh, that we did that for a reason, because we want to have a legacy in the community as a result. So that's just my personal comment, okay? If you put some sort of terms on it, just remember, every time you put a term on something, it makes it a little more challenging to sell this thing. So make it, you know, the company's gone bankrupt or defunct or something like that. Or you get agreement with some principal that was involved with it. Please, you know, to make sure that it's not you know, sort of carte blanche, just it's gone, you know what I mean?
CEO McNally, can we make an adjustment in our naming policy just for the Twin Head?
Madam Mayor, as a staff report identifies, there is a provision where council has set up things like a memorandum of understanding with a third party, in this case, the CCG. That council can deviate from its policy. And so what part of Michael's presentation, staff report is to say to council, this is probably a situation where it's appropriate to deviate from the policy, given its multifaceted in its approach and also the significance of dollars that are being sought. And we would just like to know what the new guardrails are. So I tried to give some examples of what council might want to turn their mind to. So as Michael indicated in his presentation, there would be continual liaison between myself and the CCG. And generally speaking, we would follow the intent of the overarching policy, which is to ensure that the values of the corporation and our public are. So that deals with potentially offside sponsors or inappropriate statements or taglines that could be part of a strategy. But the question really becomes down to, is council agreeable with the majority of the portions of the building, and they're shaded in green, provided by the CCG? Those entities or corporations would have an aspect of the building, say block 7, named after them forever and a day, amen. That's the practice was taken as it related to the original building of Dumfries Community Complex. And the CCG is advised based on its history, it is easily able to secure donations or sponsorship where there's an element of certainty, legacy going forward. So those deals with the green shaded colors. On the yellow shaded, the CCG has suggested that there actually be a defined period of time, and they have suggested 10 years. Once again, our policy does say about a definitive time period. It doesn't identify what that time period would be. CCG has indicated for those properties or assets that a 10-year time period would be appropriate, and there would actually then be a structured agreement that council would approve because it's a contract, because there is an expiration period, and we'd actually give the recipient the ability, if they so wished, at the back end of that defined time period to renew their sponsorship. And we have done that on 2 separate examples, both in the skate park as well as for the pop trap proposal. You have an agreement that outlines what rights and privileges they have. What would happen in time if during the period of the naming period, if there's a change in the corporate structure, but also the ability for them to renew after that 10-year period, and what the terms of that future renewal would look like. I think that policy or provision still remains relevant. As it relates specifically to some of the cumbersome nature that Mike identified in his presentation. Under the current policy, every time we would assign a name, we would actually have to give advertisement. There would have to be an individual report in front of council, if the council gives blessing. And what we're suggesting, the majority of the building suggests those areas shaded in green. We would not go through that process. It would be part of that quarterly reporting to Township Council.
Thoughts, councillors? I kind of like what Mike was presented here, and I would like to do it just for the twin pad. But I think the motion reads, if I'm correct, the second one is to just receive the report. Or the first one, I mean, and the second one says, council with respect to amendments to corporate policy, naming rights and sponsorships, municipal parks, and that council provide direction on whether the township would agree with CCG and that council will receive and adopt a framework of roster candidates locations within the complex building, Cowan Park, and net zero twin pad projects. So can we simplify this second one?
Yes, I tried to draw your attention to those areas of the existing policy where potentially what is being proposed by the CCG would be in conflict with the written policy. what we're asking. To play myself is, can we set those aside? We'll follow the intent of the naming policy, but we wouldn't have to go through a structure with advertising and formal report. For the areas, I'm gonna suggest you shade it in green as identified in attachment 1. That those properties or assets would be identified in the quarterly report to Township Council. That the CCD work with township staff on the naming aspects to ensure that the general intent behind the naming policies as it relates to values or principles are maintained. This is where council now has to provide some direction. Are you comfortable with having the entire building put up for sponsorship?
The singular entire building into one name, is that what you're asking?
So similar to what happened in, well, so it's the guys recreation complex. Is the township agreeable to see the name of the overall building named after an individual or a corporation? Where a substantive commitment is made in terms of donation. That has been identified in yellow. It would have a fixed term of up to 10 years. It would be an agreement. Township council. And it would be for an amount equivalent to 500,000, 250,000 up front, and then 5 equal installments in the first 5 years of the 10-year duration.
Councilors, what do you think? I'm comfortable. Councilor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, so I just want to make sure that we're clear that, you know, if the local cannabis store wants to put in $500,000 to name the facility, we're okay with that, right?
Sorry,
No, okay, I was just thought, I think that's still at our discussion, it's not, that's not hard and fast.
Yeah, so that. The yellow shaded portions of the box would come before the township council. Similar to the naming rights that were given to, as an example, the skate park and the pump truck. The green colored boxes would be delegated to the CCG and staff, but would be summarized in our quarterly report.
And I believe we would have from that quarterly reporting, we would be able to confirm whether we agree with that or not, if it is. But
That would already have been negotiated.
So cannabis store could do that?
It could.
Don't let cannabis store be
They
discussed.
can take a locker room. They are a licensed legal business operating in the province of Ontario.
Council Williams, then Council Taylor.
So through you, Madam Mayor, if I understand, the naming for this particular building would go back forward to council, so like. Whatever that name, whatever proposal that would be something we approve, it's all the other stuff. Where it would be something managed between the CCG and staff.
Correct.
And that's fine, okay.
yeah, they actually say it in yellow, it says, sponsorship available to Live and Play 2 campaign / Township of North Dumfries. Because I specifically want to identify that because it's an agreement between the township and that sponsor for the contract for a fixed term, you know, what the signs will look like, all that sort of stuff. We got to make sure we're all in agreement. We would be going obviously straight to CAO immediately and making sure that we're not wasting our time with the short list of people that we're addressing on that. And then in turn, once we've got to that point, we bring it to council.
Council Tilly.
So, and just to reiterate what I heard Councilor Rollman say, and then it's that we would want, obviously, anything named, and I'm sure staff would be in agreement, and I'm sure, as Mr. Play did say, is that we wouldn't see something that would not be something we'd want to see the kids recognizing as a name brand that we would want affiliated, and we use the cannabis stores as an example, or alcohols, something to that level. That would be something, I guess, we'd all want to agree that that is something, although supporting local businesses is important. Keeping relevant to the people that are attending here, that makes sense. And I think even Council Rollman said something about being the senior center. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was something more, but something where this can be well seen. I like that idea, but what I do appreciate is the fact that the CCG recognize that they'll be working with staff, and that staff will help along with our good community members that are CCG as well. They will make the decisions that we necessarily don't even need to worry about when it comes to council. And I think personally, I'm willing to trust that, because they do care about the community as much as we do. And simple to the fact that they are willing to take on the responsibility of fundraising and dealing with this, then it just is gonna help to speed up the process instead of making it drag on and drag on. But again, I'm willing to discuss it further, but it seems to make sense to me.
Council Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to the green and yellow, I think I understand. The one item that Councillor Rollerman brought up, in particular around Wallboats Playground, that is in white, that has already been decided that that's the new name for our playground?
I defer to.
Yes, Madam Mayor, through Councillor, Williams, perhaps I can explain it. Back in 2009, 2011, during the original CCG fundraising campaign, but the ladies here and merging the Allen Park out to the rear of this building. It was an actual donation received through Gallagher's Travel. And so up until August 17th, 2024, there was an actual sign there that said Gallagher's Travel Playground or something about that. The sign was obliterated in the August 2024 tornadoes. So when we went through to replace the signage, because there was that sign that was damaged and a couple of the others as a result of that tornado. The Gallagher's Travel subsequently been sold to be period of time. So it was a local business owner that historically owned the Gallagher's, made the approach to that individual, and he asked that we're installing the replacement sign as the identified. So new sign was constructed to replace the damaged one. It says Willowall instead of Gallagher's Travel. We went to the original donator, and they said it'd be recognizing their current offices, because they were no longer Gallagher's Travel.
So the white is the existing, already existing needs, correct? Council Rowan.
Mayor, I just want to go on the record and say that I don't want to hamstring the CCG in any way, but I don't think it's appropriate that products that are only sold to people who have to have, Asian majority have to have, 19 plus. Those products should not be allowed to be sponsoring children's facilities.
I love that.
I'm sorry, that includes Willowball. And that includes a cannabis store, and that includes anybody my restaurant, that includes anybody that sells alcohol or sells drugs. Should, marijuana should not be allowed to sponsor a community arena. That's my personal opinion.
Council Rossman.
Play devil's advocate.
Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Willowall the family name?
No.
I thought.
Yeah, it's actually.
Willowall, the family name, and the Vander Hayden family on the other side.
Mother's Day, so.
Willowall Distillery, yeah, but I mean, I'm just, I agree, maybe we can find another avenue for them, but just, we have to.
I mean, honestly, it's not even part of our campaign, because we're not offering that one, so it's really now that the decision council's got to sort of take up with staff and say, if we change that, do we go back to them and do that, but we would certainly welcome a donation from Vander Hayden family.
Yeah, and that would be fine. That would be fine, but the
I
business.
agree with what Mr. Roman said too, because I used to be a Ontario sales manager for Molson's. So, and you're right, they should not be sponsoring playgrounds or anything for use.
Yeah, and by the way, my wife would never allow.
Council Austin.
Sorry, and just to finish up on that. That area in the white, and using Willibald as an example, we know what Willibald represents in the community because they are a distillery and stuff like that, so I understand it. I know I said it's family name, but maybe there is an alternate we can offer. Yeah, just for community moral values, you know.
So do we need to put that in the agreement? I liked how you worded it, Councilor Nolan, so, see, any thoughts?
So just so I have some better direction. If the activity area is specifically targeted to youth under the age of 19, it is council's preference that anything that aligns with either alcohol and or legal drugs, cannabis, would be inappropriate. We have 2 community programming groups on the 2nd floor of the expansion area. They will host recreation, leisure programming across the spectrum, all ages. Is there a concern if the specific area is not targeted to a specific age cohort? The playground structure, it's obvious. I mean, generally speaking, it's under youth of 13 by the size and scale we have. There's no it's targeting under 19 as an age. The community halls, as examples, could be programmed for any age cohort,
Including you.
including youth, including children.
So I think the policy would remain the same.
Then you will not be programming, you will not be naming that any asset on this property.
It's an
That deals with.
so that we approaching any, you know, any company dealing with the age of majority situation.
So you agree with the policy?
And
Councilor Goldman and Councilor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to the comment that Mr. Hutchins made, I agree. I don't want this building to be called the Molson's or Dumfries Community Center. For the same reason, or the Bats or the, you know, whatever brewery happens to show up. So I think policy should stand. I don't think we should be encouraging. This place that, you know, his wife wouldn't want it, my wife wouldn't want it, most people don't want it. So I think we should be aware of what the community wants. If that means we forego some sponsorships, then that's, sorry to hamstring you guys, but that's the way I think it should be.
Councilor Austin and Councilor Lewis.
And I think that the CCG hears that loud and clear, and I trust that they're going to comprise their list and design. Because I know you guys know what you're doing, so.
We already had several pages of for this, none of them are included, yeah, the situation we're talking about, so.
We good? So now we need a properly worded motion. See you on the bill.
So, Madam Mayor, if I could assist council with framing a suggested resolution. Just pull up my original report. So recommendation 1 would state receiving the report. Recommendation 2 would be deleted in its entirety. And basically would read something to the effect of, and that council provide direction, staff, and the Center for the Community Group of Dumfries, that those areas identified in green on attachment 1, CA North Form 2025. The intent of the 2017 naming policy will apply, but it's delegated to staff at the CCG to assign names and terms. And such names and terms will be identified as quarterly reports to Township Council. Second item under recommendation 2, and that for those signed sponsorship or naming rights outlined in yellow, attachment number 1, CAO report 19/2025, would be submitted to Township Council for approval, along with the negotiated terms of the naming rights for council approval. Then the third recommendation would be, and the Township Council is agreeable for the Center for the Community Group of North Dumfries, CCG, to pursue naming rights sponsorships for the entire North Dumfries Community Complex building. And then the fourth recommendation would be as presented in the report. Which basically says in the council received and adopt the framework of the roster, candidate locations will be North Dumfries Community Complex building and land holding, Allen Park, proposed net zero project building area for sponsorship and naming rights. As set out in the township code 1.
Good discussion. You can tell us how rich we are now while she's doing that.
Actually, I wanted to give a bit of a campaign update, but it'd be like 30 seconds because we're.
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay, you want to pass the motion first or you?
No, she's got to type it out.
So just really quickly, our campaign cabinet has been assembled. You've got a copy of who's there, on the list. All names you will probably recognize, because they have been members of our campaigns in the past or have been associated with other organizations that have been in part of this community. All volunteers, of course. I'm really pleased to announce that we've got a bunch of honorary advisors who signed up. All which would have, I'd say, relatively high profiles in the community, which will raise awareness and provide a certain level of endorsement of our campaign. That includes Bonnie Brown, Kyle Clifford, Don Eby, Patrick McNeil, Ellen Paul, and Dave Vincent. So I think we kind of nailed that one in terms of getting the honorary advisors right for the campaign. We still have to flesh out some components of our team with volunteers. But we are actually been moving really fast. Russ in particular, as the deputy chair of the campaign, has been driving, producing all sorts of promotional materials. The campaign website has been completely updated. We've tested the financial veracity of our being able to make donations and so on online and otherwise, because that's a big difference between now and 15 years ago, is everybody does everything online nowadays. And just a comment that we want to get going fast because we have lined up a few people that we believe will pledge before our official campaign opening date. Right now, we're targeting September for an official campaign date. We will be having a booth at or a table in a tent at the North Dumfries Community Showcase event. And we hope that will be to introduce the campaign to the community at large. So there's going to be a huge number of people there. So we want to take advantage of being able to show people what we're all about and what we've got. So a lot of the material that Russ has been working on is going to be necessary for that. We also hope to have a sojourn ceremony at some point. Maybe we'll have a couple of our other advisors to be part of that as well for photo purposes. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
So you're not gonna tell us any dollar figures yet?
Sorry.
No dollar figures yet?
Not certainly not publicly, so we got this approval
Yes.
here, and I've got platform filled on it.
So Andrew, I'm gonna get rid of 10.1 and 13.2.18 and consolidate them into one.
And then we have to modify the resolution like it's sort of negotiated. Because it doesn't speak to Mike's presentation. We have a separate resolution.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just. The delegation.
So you wanna just do that, the delegation of Michael Place and we
Okay.
received with thanks? And not
Sure.
you can do that, go ahead.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Tilly, for the delegation from Mike Clay, Senator for the Community Group CCG regarding the fundraising program for the Twin Pond project be received with thanks.
All those in favor?
Look at it.
Carrie, thank you. Now we're gonna check this, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we're doing a new.
Of course. And you've got Kyle Cliff, because he doesn't even live in town, does he? Yeah, I read his brand. Oh, Devon, yeah.
He's had a time to ski. He played at airline hockey before.
Yeah.
Greater leagues along the way. Certainly the most successful hockey player in the history of this community.
I don't know, what about Jay Wells?
2 Stanley Cups versus 1.
Okay, okay. Andrew's just doing the edit. We're losing our summer fast, it's getting darker out sooner.
Not cooler, but.
Yeah, not in a cooler.
It's damn, that's me. Thinking fine, but don't get.
We have 49 candidates for the
Oh, look
council
at that.
seat. We're gonna be all day at regional council on Thursday.
So you guys get to decide, right?
49 speeches and then they don't keep some. Yes.
Yeah. Well, actually, so mine had some.
Okay.
The community. Yeah, well, it's, there's so many things, probably your home. New building. Like winter. They get to the cutoff point. Because I think it's one, you know, the first few weeks that they have. It's just a big thing. Go to both them, but then go to building. But when they have side are going back to Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, we can start reading and. have a little bit,
Thank you so much.
Councillor Oster.
So. What are you doing? Yeah. I'm reading,
Great, that's great.
Okay, Councillor Oshner, please.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Tilly, that CA report number 19-2025 be received and that council provide direction to staff and the CCG that those areas identified in green on attachment number 1 in report CAL 19-2025 will uphold the intent of the naming policy, and such names and terms will be identified in quarterly reports to council. And that those sponsorships identified in yellow as attachment number 1, as identified in report CAO 19-2025, be submitted to council for approval in the form of a sponsorship agreement. And the council is agreeable that the CCG may pursue naming rights sponsorships for the entire NDCC complex, and that council receive and adopt the framework of the roster of candidate locations within the North Dumfries Community Complex building and land holding Cowan Park and the proposed net zero twin pad project building area for sponsorship and naming rights as set out in attachment number 1 to this report.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, do we have Tova online?
We do, yes.
So next we have delegation from Tova Davidson, Executive Director, Sustainable Waterloo Region, regarding SWR update to the community. Tova? Hi, Tova.
Hello. Can you see me and hear me?
We can. We can.
It is getting awfully dark and I feel like I'm backlit. Thank you so much for having me. Do I run my own slides or are you going to run them? Either way is fine.
Yeah, if you'd like to run them, that would be great.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Tova, please.
Yes.
Okay, just a second. Okay. Great. There you go. Let me know when you can see them.
We can see them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Tova Davidson and I'm the Executive Director at Sustainable Waterloo Region. It's my honor to bring you this update that I come every year and speak to council to give you some information on the things that have happened in our community and the things we're working on for the year to come. Was really happy to hear some of those things you were talking about in the last little while in council, the economic development strategy, looking at our community climate strategy, a net zero building being planned. All of those things are wonderful and they're very in line with the work that we do. This slide that's up right now is the one that I think is most poignant for most people. And what it does is it gives you sort of a quick snapshot of the impacts of the work that we've done over the past year. So this is for 2024. SWR has been working really closely with a number of partners. I'm going to highlight some of the programs and some of the specifics. However, 2024 marked 15 years of SWR. And so we decided that we wanted to take a look back at what had happened in those 15 years. We worked with more than 180 member organizations. We've planted more than 3,000 trees, and we've had more than 1,100 volunteers putting in 750,000 hours over the past 15 years. And sometimes I have people ask how, you're a big team, aren't you? And I like to say, actually, we're not that big of a team, but we are an incredible community movement that's behind us. We also decided we wanted to give back to this incredible community for all of the work that they do to support us. So our team went out and we volunteered with other organizations. We gave out treats at Christmas. We painted other nonprofits, new spaces. We planted gardens. We gave out food for House of Friendship. We did a clothing drive and more, all to give back to this community because we know that the way to a sustainable future, is to do it together. So some of the updates from our programs, the Evolve One building, which many of you know, and if you've not been in or not heard of, you should call me. I would love to show you around it. Once again, is at net positive standing. In 2023, it did not meet the net positive standing because of the wildfires that happened that year. And so it'll be very interesting to see what happens this year, knowing that the particulate matter in the sky does impact the ability for solar panels to generate energy. But we generated 108% of the energy used on site was generated on site. We also found in the Impact Network program, we are continue to support organizations like the Township of North Dumfries. You are a proud member of this program. We hosted events. We had more than 500 people come out this year to our events, and that's really great. They are meant to inspire, engage, and inform. In that program, we have a commitment of about 60,000 tons to be reduced, but the group that has actually set those targets has reduced 82,789 tons, so more than they thought they could, which is amazing. People always think that, you know, it's an ambitious target, but then they start to do the work and they realize that it's actually very possible. We also now have a partnership with Explore Waterloo Region, knowing that the business events, sporting events, and tourism sector is driving really hard towards sustainability. And that by working together, our two organizations can make Waterloo Region a destination of choice. So what we do is we work with individual businesses within the sector to encourage them to have their footprint done. And then actually this year, for the first time, we are doing whole event carbon footprint calculations. So there was a conference a few weeks ago, and we are doing every bit of transportation, all of the food, all of the accommodations, all of the facilities they were in, transportation between facilities, all the printing that they did, all of that, to then encourage that movement down. And what we're finding is we're actually winning business to this community because we're able to say this is a unique differentiator and we can help you do this. The Climate Action Program, of course, is a partnership between all 8 municipalities in Waterloo Region with a shared target that we are working to strive towards. And we've launched a new With You We Can campaign. So hopefully you will see that out and around the community. We did bring out a new greenhouse gas inventory, and I came and presented that to you earlier in 2024. It takes some time to get a whole community's carbon footprint calculated. We have reduced by 12%, which is great, but it's just not enough. We are not moving fast enough, and I don't know if the rest of you are seeing some of the things in the news with the natural disasters, the climate disasters that are now happening in all kinds of places, including Thornbury, massive flooding on Canada Day in Thornbury, and New York City, all over the world. We're now seeing the impacts of climate. And so we keep saying we've got some time, and it's feeling we have less time than we think, but we are working really diligently together to try to address these changes on a systemic model. And so one of the big things we did in 2024 was we launched a new governance model for this program to make it truly full community engagement. So of course the municipalities are engaged, steering committee table. We've got people from all municipalities there. We also have a community leadership table, and one of the CAOs was chosen among all the CAOs to represent municipalities as a whole. But on that community leadership table, we have Indigenous representation, we have public health, we have the Chamber of Commerce, we've got a school board representation, post-secondary representation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that we are actually hearing from the whole community, where are the opportunities, where are the risks, and what are the priorities that we should be focusing on. And we're now launching action teams to actually get projects started, get things moving, and new programs and new initiatives underway, because it's not just about governance and talking about it, it's about implementation, planning, and making action start to happen. Our microforest program, of course, is one that people love, and it's one that is well understood. There's some great other programs that work in individual homes or along roadsides or in rural spaces. Our work is primarily in urban towns, cities, that kind of stuff, in the urban spaces. In 2024, we actually planted 16 forests. They sequester about 3,600 kilograms of carbon, and a lot of them are in schoolyards. So 10 in schools. And so we had 1,800 students come out, and many of them planting their first tree or their first anything. Actually, it's quite fun to watch them play with the dirt and the bugs and that sort of thing. This is a really important program for us, and actually Air Farmers Mutual is really active in this one. They're a member of the Impact Network as well, but we've planted a couple of forests with them. And it's a great way to engage employees. We started this program in 2021. And we have actually planted, I think, oh, no, I didn't put it in. In 2021, since 2021, we have planted 3,479 forests with no funding, all by sponsorships. So we're really proud of that, and we'll continue. Our plan for this year is 22 forests this year. So that's more than 2,000 trees in the ground. We had a partnership with Uvaro, who's a local startup that does retraining for people to do retraining within the clean tech industry. So we worked with Boundless Accelerator out of Guelph, and we created the Grow with Clean Tech industry program, reskilling people and helping to encourage a workforce that understands the benefits of sustainability. We've also launched a new program. We actually have a couple. We've launched a new program, one that was piloted last year in 2024 with the Circular Innovation Council, and it provides organic waste services to businesses that are not served by the region and that may not be large enough to have their own organics contract with a hauler. So think your small mom and pops, BIAs, businesses, restaurants, that sort of thing, people who generate a lot of organics. And in this program, actually, we do food rescue first, getting the food to those who need it. So if it is usable food from a conference, for example, as well as composting. We've transformed that program now to actually make it a waste to energy program. So it doesn't just compost the material, but it creates renewable natural gas. And then the byproduct of that process is taking compost onto farmers' fields. We also launched within the Impact Network program, the one that works with individual organizations, an AI tool. And this AI tool is really cool. Your team has access to it. It would allow you to put in energy data from your buildings, things you've done as a building retrofit already, some of your restrictions, like I need an ROI of this or that, and it will actually give you all of the things that you need to do to make your buildings more sustainable. And you can say, now give me the content to sell my CFO on that idea, and it'll do that too. So it's a great tool to actually help businesses, organizations understand what would be the next best tool to undertake. And the Frameworks program has launched in 2023. We started it, or in 2025, we started in 2024. Frameworks is actually a building innovation exchange. So it is work to support the building and development industry in the skills, the knowledge, the capacities to be able to build all of those affordable and accessible housing that you were talking about earlier, Mayor Foxton, build business buildings, individual homes to a higher standard, because we know that building code is coming to net zero by 2030, but this sector is not ready to meet that demand and those requirements that are coming from other levels of government. So this building innovation exchange is being led by and for the building industry, and we're doing it in partnership with Grand Valley Construction Association. They're the partner on it. And then our steering committee on that is comprised of Ball Construction, the Cora Group, Walter Fady, and many others in this industry to make sure that we are building this program to be what this industry needs to encourage and enable us to be able to do things like your twin pads being net zero, that the sector will be ready to do what you design in that project. So I'll just end by saying that I love this quote, the idea that a small group of thoughtful citizens, committed citizens, can change the world. I love that in 15 years, we've had so many people as part of our story, and we're so grateful for the partnership of organizations like the Township to be able to help us move forward. And thank you for letting me come and bring this presentation today.
Thank you so much, Tova, and you're a ball of energy and you've done amazing work. With your leadership, this has really taken off. You have done a good job, and we're all very proud of you. So can I motion, please, Councillor Tilly?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Wilms, that delegation from Tova Davidson, Executive Director of Sustainable Waterloo Region, SWR, regarding the SWR update to the community be received with great thanks.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, consent agenda, any item want to be pulled from the consent agenda? Councillor Wilms?
Yes, I believe was item 12.2.1 regarding the speed bumps on Greenville Road. I just had
wait a minute, 12.2.1.
sorry, 12.2.1 F.
F?
Is that part of the consent agenda?
Yes, okay, right there. Okay, do you want to do it now?
Yeah, I was just trying to better understand what was going on there, like with different types of speed bumps, and I just didn't understand. I thought speed bumps were speed bumps.
CEO McNeely.
Madam Mayor, through Councillor Wilms. The correspondence, there was an example referenced that we should have put speed bumps similar to what's in the Foodland parking lot. You would not be moving at 50 kilometers an hour through the Foodland parking lot. And therefore, the speed bumps that are in Foodland are for the scale and context of that setting. You're doing about 50 to 20 kilometers an hour. Greenfield is posted at 50. We found in our speed trials last year that in the absence of speed bumps, we were well above the posted speed limit. And we put in temporary speed bumps to see what the effect would be. And we found that we brought the speed limit into compliance with the 50-kilometer posted speed. We did a community survey, we got input from the residents in that stretch of road. We found a couple of things. Speed was reduced. Our overall traffic volumes declined as well. That section of road is used largely as a commuter cut through between Trustland and Northumberland Street. And the number of trucks designated as a no truck route significantly decreased as well. We've installed, consistent with council's direction, speed humps that would lower the speed when you would approach the speed hump to 30 kilometers an hour. It is signed at the approach to those speed humps, a recommended speed of 30 kilometers an hour. You travel over those speed humps, and there are 5 of them in this section of the settlement area, Greenfield. You will have no issue clearing the speed humps and not damaging your vehicle. If you hit them at 50 or 60 or greater, you will feel the influence of hitting those speed bumps. So they're proportionate based on their spacing. They have been deemed through earlier pilots to be effective in terms of modulating speed and reducing unwarranted traffic to that corridor. And the signage as well as the design is consistent with that type of road.
Okay, so Councillor Rossman.
Just an add-on to the comments of speed bumps there. It's similar to Piper Street, like when people are coming up Trustler Road and there's trains, they were flying through Piper Street to get to Northumberland because they're not waiting for the trains, and rightfully so. People are upset because there's a lot of traffic on that road. However, they were taking it out on Piper Street. They couldn't slow down, so we had to come up with a way to slow them down. Greenfield's the same way. I travel Greenfield quite a bit, and there's numerous times where I see cars coming. I can see that they're coming at quite a speed, and I'll flash my lights to pretend that there's a radar or something like just to, and then they slow right down. But they're traveling through that area at excessive speed. We constantly had problems there. The pilot program worked and the humps worked. And the thing is that it's that section of town again. If you can't slow down, we'll come up with a way to slow you down. Like it's dangerous. It's really dangerous.
So Councillor Roman, the motion, Councillor Roman, do you want to read it or did you say 12.2.1, 12.2.2?
Sure.
Okay.
Moved by myself and by Councillor Oster that the following reports as listed on the August 11th, 2025 consent agenda be received and recommendations contained therein be approved and acted upon. 12.1.1 report number FD 08-2025, the Fire Department Instant Response Summary for July 2025. 12.1.2 report number FIN 14-2025, 2025 Water Region Community Foundation Grant Award and Allocation. And the following information items as listed on the August 11th, 2025 consent agenda be received. 12.2.1 communications A, B, C, D, E, and F, and 12.2.2 advisory committees A, B, C, D, and E.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Next is 13.2.1, report number BLE 13/2025 fence bylaw variance request for 74 Calhoun Drive. Does the owner have any comments? Thank you for your patience. It's been a long night.
Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to say a few words and then I'll share it over your effect. There's an existing fence along my home at 74 Plum Street along what's that. The township generously offered to build it and 2022 along where the hedge was from the sidewalk it's originally installed. This was right before the holiday train parade. And I can talk more about that. There's more details in the correspondence. It was installed at the property boundary. The snow setback was 6 foot 4 inches high, the maximum permitted by the fence bylaw at the time. And they installed 8 foot tall posts because through discussion, I said that I would like to pursue the opportunity to extend the next height. This was accommodated, and the understanding was that we would have to seek a variance for this. The city planning this right now, and that was fine. And in regards to the extension of the length, there was no expectation of variance required. The reason why this did not be the full completion of the full frontage on that road is because the cedars were only along a portion of it. So the substantial trimming, they removed about half of the tree width. It was a courtesy gesture, as explained to me at the time by Director of Works and Engineering, Lee Robinson. It was just a neighborly gesture for taking away the hedge. And the city wants to pay for the rest of the extension. The understanding was that I would pay for this at a later date. Essentially, I was deep into a full gut renovation. It just wasn't economical at the time for me to do that as well. And I wrapped it up that year. And so, yeah, I reached out to the senior municipal bylaw officer and requested his variance. 40% increase in length to fully enclose the rear yard, which is adjacent to zone 9 industrial lands. And the bylaw has provision for this. I'll get to that in a moment. So I just want to say specifically, we're requesting a variance to permit the construction of the fence under the following conditions. The location on one end of the existing township built fence along the full length of exterior side lot line, continuing from the existing fence line to the rear property survey lot, which right now is staked and marked. On the other end of the existing township built fence along the exterior side lot line, continuing from the existing fence line to the front building elevation, which there's no issue with that, given the latest fence bylaw, which reduces the corner lot driveway daylight triangle. So that was fine. And yeah, the way I broke it down was a two-phase thing. First, let's extend the height, or sorry, the length, so I can enclose the rear yard and get the protection that the bylaw has for properties that are adjacent to these industrial lands. And then the second would be to increase the height. And I purposefully detached that to sort of to show that there's one that is pretty critical for proper use of the property. And if you look at images, you just consider the fact that we're next to these industrial lands, that makes sense. So the request is based on the unique circumstances of the property and made the view that it maintains the general intent and purposes of the bylaw as required by section 8.4. The primary intent of allowing an 8-foot fence for properties that abut industrial zones protect residents from the significant negative impacts of such zones: noise, safety, traffic, and vision. Our property shares a long border with zone 9 industrial lands. Due to our property's unique triangular shape and lack of a traditional rear lot line, our exterior side yard functions as our effective rear yard. And that is the key to this. To deny the extension of the existing township built fence along this lot line would be to deny our property the very protection that the bylaw intends to provide, based solely on a geometric technicality. Granting this variance fulfills the bylaw's clear purpose. And I just want to reiterate here, if you look at how the bylaw is phrased, it's described in context of a rear lot line. What happens when you have a property that doesn't have a rear lot line? The two, like we're talking about a triangle, so two sides form an effective rear yard. And so if the intent of the bylaw with this provision for residential land next to industrial lands to have this increased security. And it's described in a way that is incompatible with the geometry of the plot of the land. Then we need to have this discussion, but we need to find a way to see how we can maintain the intent of the bylaw given this unique geometry. And that's what I initially sort of reached out. Yeah, okay, I'll just keep going. So in 2022, the township itself installed the initial 100-foot section at the requested 0-meter setback, which was an exception to the bylaw then in effect. There was one clause that said the council could install a fence outside of the provisions of the fence bylaw if it was for public safety. And this was mentioned by the senior municipal bylaw enforcement officer, so I'll just mention that as well. But that would be the only position. At the time, that bylaw did not allow building on the lot line, yet we did so anyways. There was a logic and a rationale that made sense, and so we did it. We cooperated with the township's urgent construction schedule in good faith, with clear shared understanding that we would be able to complete the fence later. This variance would simply allow the consistent completion of a project the township started. Finally, safety and security. There's a demonstrated and ongoing need for the fence. 8-foot height is necessary to mitigate persistent issues of trespassing, theft from our property, and littering. Furthermore, it will provide a critical safety and sound barrier from traffic on adjacent West Avenue, and the noise from the neighboring manufacturing plant, which operates with regular semi-trailer traffic. And I will just mention that there's a lot of traffic on that road. There's been car accidents, toppled hydro pole right next door. So yeah, that's it for me. I believe the request is reasonable, justified, and consistent with the principles of the fence bylaw. Thank you for the time today to allow me to speak. I'm gonna pass it on.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Rima Masri. I'm the architect of record who designed the renovations on Yazan's home a few years ago. So I just came here today just to bring maybe some stuff for your consideration. So as I was looking at the bylaws, I noticed that the fence bylaw has been changed several times. And then the last iteration, which was brought to you on November 12th, has significantly increased the exterior side fence, whereas it reduced the side and the regular side yard, but it increased the exterior side yard. So I take it that based on my research that a lot of neighbors, they seek this additional privacy and reduction from noise. And in particular, in Yazan's case, as he said, his context is very industrial on except the two sides, the side and the front, which are not an issue, but that one lot side, which could be argued as it's effectively exterior side yard, but it's also a rear side yard. It is adjacent to an industrial zone. There is train tracks that are very nearby, and because of the shape of the lot, it warrants a special consideration. Another thing that I want to bring to your attention that the house it was built almost 100 years ago, and it is very close to that exterior side yard. So that warrants an additional privacy need in terms of controlling noise and dust specifically. And Yazan has a very demanding job, even though he insulated the interior of his house. It's just there is a lot of noise. So that's why he's feeling very strongly about this high fence to create more privacy and more control, especially that he has some horticultural hobbies that he's doing in his backyard. So other than that, I just wanted to point out to the staff comments I think there are some facts that are missed, or maybe the staff member who provided the plans wasn't up to date. Initially, when Yazan reached the staff to require to install a permission to install the fence, they did brought up two issues. One is the height of the fence, and one is that daylight triangle adjacent to the town property, kind of behind his lot. And since then, he did reach out to you, Madam Mayor, and then at that point, some staff members went to the site and they took some measurements, and they determined, in fact, that the property is outside the daylight triangle. So the daylight triangle is not an impact. We're not asking a variance from the daylight triangle. The height also is allowed according to the bylaw that was brought to you in November last year. So the only variance we're asking is that 1.5 meter setback. And council already approved a similar request last year, July 24, which is actually after that bylaw that was in 23, which also requested the same variance. They requested an 8-foot high fence at the exterior side yard to be built on the property line as opposed to the required 1.5 meter. And their reason was that they had the toddler, they wanted privacy. So Yazan's case is not that different. He wants better use of his property. He wants more noise and dust control. And the property at 2 Marshall Avenue, across the street is all residential, whereas Yazan's property is industrial. So the issue with the 1.5 meter is that effectively, looking at the property rights after so many years, Yazan would lose the right to that 1.5 meter. So that is problematic. That how is he going to maintain? How is going to show that he is maintaining that 1.5 meter strip when he has a fence and he has to go around? Will he lose his property rights for that 1.5 meter? So that's something that this bylaw doesn't quite address. And I think in the report, staff, the objection was mainly due to the side daylight triangle, which is not an impact, which is not asking a variance from that. They had no objection to that, or no justification even, and even in the bylaw, they didn't have a good justification why they want the 1.5 meter setback. So I submit to you that it is problematic for a property owner to give away 1.5 meter the full length of that property. So for those reasons, we ask you that you approve this variance. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Council Roman.
Madam Mayor, my question is through you to staff. Does anyone know the measurement of the height of the fence at 64 Calvin Street next door? Do you know what the height is of the, if you look at the pictures, you can see from the parking lot of the spring factory, you can see that there's already an existing fence at 64 Calvin. Wondering whether is the height already 8 feet back there?
Approximately 6.
So then, in essence, so that fence along that western portion of that property could be an 8-foot fence. Because it's zoned against an industrial area, is that what that I'm led to believe?
It's allowed in the zone classification along the lot line. Interior, however, on the road side, bylaws requires a 1.5 meter offset. So yes, the higher fence is allowed in the side yard, but it has the requirement of 1.5 meter offset. The owner at 74 Kabuli both in the presentation today and in the correspondence previously, has asked for it to be effectively a zero lot line. Generally as an extension to both sides of existing fence. But that was installed by the township in 22 as part of the road. Sorry, as part of the sidewalk installation.
Councillor Austin.
See, Madam Mayor, to see how McGinley. Have we allowed an 8-foot fence anywhere, particularly abutting a sidewalk with no setbacks or anything? I can just recall, the one up at Mitchell Street, they wanted an 8-foot fence and we did not allow the 8-foot fence. We allowed a 6'4" or and butting up against the road, like as it is right now. And what the applicant wants is to extend it easterly and westerly to close the whole thing and then back across, or is it just across the whole?
I believe it's just down the side and across the back. See on the
So Madam Mayor, Councillor Roster's first question about has the township previously allowed variance from the fence bylaw to allow a higher fence? Yes, Township Council. And it was referenced in the presentation a moment ago at 2 Marshall Street. So that's at the intersection of Roseville Road and Marshall Street. A flanking condition on the boulevard, Roseville Road. Township Council did allow at the approximate 0 lot line, a 8-foot high fence. However, the difference there is we have a 5-meter wide boulevard between
Yes.
the proper portion of the road and the lot line. The regional road allowance is wider than English Street. And there's no sidewalk. And the sidewalk that's being proposed as part of the reconstruction of Roseville Road. It's closer to the traveled portion of the road than the lot line. Whereas here, municipal infrastructures effectively, not at, but effectively at close to the 0 lot line. Regional road has higher traffic volumes, higher speed, and generally a wider variety of traffic movements. So there are some differences, but the Township Council has allowed a variance in that example, and that was done about a year, maybe 18 months ago.
Yeah, sorry, can I just add to that? Yeah, I remember that one because I remember going, I mean, I travel that portion of the road quite often. And it's quite a way set back from the road. This one's set right to the sidewalk. This fence is set right to the sidewalk.
So Madam Mayor, through the Councilor Officer, as in the presentation, but also shown in the pictures that were part of the staff report from the senior bylaw enforcement officer. The intent of the owner is to extend the existing fence. First portion would be easterly toward Caboose Street, and it would go to a distance tie into the front elevation of the residence. And so then it would go from, I'll call the English Street corridor at 90 degrees and tie into the side elevation of the residence. And that's being asked for at 8-foot high.
That's the front of the property now.
That's correct.
Not the side.
Well, it starts at the side.
Starts at the side, but goes to the front.
And then would turn at 90 degrees when you get to the front elevation of the residence, then tie into the residence.
At an 8-foot height.
What's being requested is now. The other aspect is to extend the existing fence westerly along the English Street allowance at the 0 lot line at 8 feet high. And you can see if you go to page 335 of the agenda, you'll see there's a wooden stake. That is actually the survey corner. As the owners indicated, the property comes to a point.
Right at the little stake, almost by the driveway?
Correct. So it comes to basically a point.
Yeah.
And that stake is the corner point of the property line. And the intent is to bring the fence through to that point. And then continue going back toward that wood privacy fence that you see. That's on the Premier, that's adjacent to the Premier Springs parking lot to enclose the property.
Wow. So that'll shut that whole area.
And then the last part is the ability to extend the existing board privacy fence from its approximate 6 feet to 8 feet. So there'll be an extension vertically placed on that portion of the existing fence that was originally constructed in the year 2022 by the township.
Council Williams.
I think one of the questions I had was, could I, through you to just, have a better understanding of the safety concerns? Was it, like, where, was it for the intersection there between Inglis and Calhoun? Was it for the parking lot? Like, I'm still kind of confused about.
Staff, when they did their site visit, was concerned about the sight lines coming out of the driving parking lot of the Premier Springs onto Inglis. And the concern was that at the zero lot line, you obscure a portion of the pedestrian or cycling traffic that might be on the sidewalk. And if they're coming with any speed, there could be a conflict as a vehicle was to enter into the right of way. That was the concern in part by both the height, but also the loss of the 1.5 meter setback. The 1.5 meter setback had two primary purposes when the bylaw was crafted. One was to avoid conflicts with utilities and the function, in this case, a sidewalk. The other was to ensure better sight lines for everyone along the corridor. Pedestrians or cyclists that may be using the sidewalk.
Council Williams.
Thank you. So would the hydro pole that we see there, would that be part of the fence, inside the fence, on the other side of the fence? Like, how is that? And that guy, like, I'm.
To the best of our knowledge, the post is just barely inside the municipal road allowance, but the guy wire is actually on private property.
So do we need to move that? If we approve this fence allowance, like, what is, like, I'm just confused.
Madam Mayor, through the council realms, the township will not be touching the hydro pole or the guy wire. That's the property of Grandbridge Energy. And if there's a conflict with their facilities, then it's their responsibility, especially as it relates to that guy wire, which is on private property. There is no doubt in my mind.
Never gets easy, right? Council Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So is the CEO then inferring or implying that they would have, the property owner would have to get permission from Grandbridge to build a fence around that guy wire? Or like, it seems to me we can't make any decision on this until the issue of the hydro pole and the guy wire is dealt with.
CEO McDaniel.
So to the best of my knowledge, there's been no consultation with Grandbridge. I do know in other examples where there's been a conflict between public utility and private landholding, and there has not been an easement, that has been incumbent upon the utility in question to either secure an easement, negotiate something with the owner, or remove the conflict. Private property is private property.
Council Williams.
May I ask a question through to, have you talked at all to Grandbridge about the hydro pole and stuff? What has the conversations been there?
Yes, I have. They are aware that they are infringing on my property. I've asked them to remove it. There is an easement on record for that hydro pole location. Right now, in terms of constructing the fence along within my property, there's no, they have no legal right to stop that. And that's, yeah, that's the deal, that's about this one thing, just for last year. And again, this is because the property is extremely.
I think we need something clarified from Grand Ridge Energy as to what they're going to do before we can move forward one way or another with this item. I would suggest, Councilor Osmer, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I've switched to my super duper up close glasses. It would almost make more sense to me that if something's negotiated with Grandbridge, and I mean, that's totally up to the landowners and Grandbridge, not me. But it would make more sense if the property line came straight across and then went straight over to that little fence and left that tiny little triangle for utilities and hydro poles and you know, I'm sure back when all this infrastructure went in, nobody cared about, they wanted the hydro, they wanted the, you know, the lines and gas and all that. Nobody cared. Like, they just put it in, we want the infrastructure. But when it becomes an issue, it becomes an issue. And but to me, when I look at this, it would make just so much sense that from the existing fence, the property line should come straight across and straight over to this fence that's already started.
But that's not our.
No, that's not,
right.
it's just,
Yeah,
it's
and I
just,
think we need
because
Grand
right
Ridge to
now,
respond.
the applicant's asking for us to allow them a fence that comes basically between that guide wire and that pole to a point, and then straight over to that little fence in another point.
This is
That's-
time for council to discuss. You had your times, okay? I would suggest, and council may disagree with me, I will accept that we defer this and we send a note to Grand Ridge Energy on this issue. Councilor Tilly,
Sorry,
take your finger off, Councilor Osmer.
I actually took a long time to process this one, so I. Because it was a 6-foot fence in its current existing position, whether or not it was intended to be something that could be continued or something that was not going to be continued. It was put there to replace something that was done. That put the state of affairs of the bush no longer effective. And I can appreciate that. Whether or not this would have been the conversation. If this hadn't been done, that's time I'm gonna say, okay, well, that doesn't matter because this is the way it was built to do that. My opinion would be. In this particular scenario, whether or not Grandbridge allows, doesn't allow, whatever, it neither here nor there for me, because of the fact that ultimately. That won't be our problem, it'll be the problem of the home builder at that point. But I would be open to the concept of a 6-foot fence and the same that was already provided. To the property line is allowed only because of the fact, and I understand this is technically the front yard or the side yard or wherever it is. But because of the fact that this is an area that is very open to public, it is very, I'll be honest, I built an 8-foot fence in Cambridge because of the fact I live right next to Crackton. And I didn't want to have any part of that. I never got in trouble with bylaw, it's very nice. Crackton, just made up name, it was a very bad area. But I wanted something to give me some space, and I can appreciate where there's a busy area here and something's already been made. Now, if it was an option, maybe adding some more cedar trees and making that look nice would have been an option, but the owner is now dealing with an issue that was kind of presented and given because of this, the building of the sidewalk. So my idea would be to appease, but also to maintain the integrity of the look around the 6-foot fence that's already existing. That the concept that would be able to be continued down the sidewalks. Not beyond, obviously not beyond the house, the front of the house, but to the where it's down towards the parking lot. And allow that the homeowner to enclose that area so they can use it and have some privacy in that area that's very much obviously not privacy. The 8-foot fence, because it doesn't it doesn't match the other surrounding fences, would stand out like a wall. And I would say that, so I don't know if other council members are interested in what I'm discussing and saying this, because I think it's a reasonable proposal. But I would think that this would match the existing space, allow an area to be segregated from a very public area, especially with this, that, and allow something to be done to enclose the space, but that would be something only if everybody else is in agreement.
Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in disagreement of carrying that 6 foot fence over square to this, but not all the way to the corner and over, because anybody that's coming out of here, there's a wall. I don't want to start allowing fortresses in the middle of our town. There's a lot of properties along that don't have any fences at all. That whole area is wide open. If we start putting up 8-foot walls around every property, this town's gonna look horrible.
So, Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams.
I'm okay with something, but I think we need to make sure that we don't build fortresses, but we also need to make sure we don't interfere with sightlines. And I think that's the biggest thing for me, is just the safety issue is even more important than the aesthetics. I know my kids bike and I know they don't look, and they'll be underneath cars. I can totally see them.
So what do we do about the Grand Bridge energy? Just ignore it? Councillor Tilly.
Sorry, just, I had an idea, I'm sorry, I respect your question. I personally think that would be the homeowner's responsibility, if there's something that was gonna happen. If they wanna deal with it, that would unfortunately be on them. But I wanted to answer a question answered from Stan, was that statement that was made by the engineer verified that the sideline wasn't a problem? Because that's something I didn't hear from staff saying that they did agree with that.
It's the only thing
I'm not too sure which sightline we're speaking of. There would be actually 2 sightlines. One's at the private driveway going into the Premier Springs parking lot. Staff are very concerned about that, and that's what's referenced in the report. As it relates to Cahoon English Street intersection, if it's tied into the corner elevation of the residence, there is sufficient offset from the intersection itself.
Councillor Larson.
So my concern with hinging this on Grand Bridge, I think, are we insinuating we're going to let them build a 6-foot fence if Grand Bridge takes care of that? Because again, the concern with the sight lines here is a big concern. And then CO McNeely says between Calhoun and English Street, from the side of the house moving towards Calhoun Street, we can't have a 6-foot fence. What's our bylaw say? 3 from the side to the front?
Through Madam Mayor, for the side elevation up to the front elevation of the house.
Yeah.
You can have a 3-foot fence on the property line or a 7-foot fence set back 1.5 meters. But only to the front elevation of the house.
Yeah, to the corner. Right. So, sorry. So then moving towards Calhoun Street, is that where you want the house, the fence to go past? Like down the whole side of like where do they want the fence to end on that westerly side?
The fence,
Easterly side.
the fence to the east of the existing 6-foot fence. You terminate along the English Street Road allowance in line with the corner elevation, front elevation of the residence, and then was proposed to tie into the residence. It was not proposed to continue toward
So it could
the
be
actual intersection.
okay, so it could be the same height to the corner, but then from the corner to the front elevation of the house, it can still be 6'4", right? Because the existing fence is 6'4", right?
Can I just interrupt for a section? The motion that we're talking about and what we're talking about is the 8-foot fence. All this other stuff hasn't been proposed yet. So if we just go by the motion, they're asking for an 8-foot fence. So discussing how a 6-foot fence would work is not really relative to what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm trying to get a visual of.
Yeah, but
where
let
they
them
want
come
the fence
back
to
with that.
end.
Yeah, but let them come back with that later if they want to. But that we're dealing with an 8-foot fence, nothing about 6 or anything else.
But we are dealing with easterly and westerly as well.
No, 8-foot fence. So, can I read the motion? No, Councillor Austin, do you want to read it, please?
Okay, I'm going by the report.
Yeah, and the report
report
gave a lot of
talks
data
about
about
easterly
this
and
stuff,
westerly,
but
yeah.
that's not what we're voting on.
Okay, so the motion says, do you want me to read it in entirety?
It's only a paragraph.
No, I mean, from like, as if I'm reading it for a vote.
Yes, please.
Okay, so moved by myself, seconded by Council Rowland, that report BLE 13-2025 be received and that council deny the variance request defense bylaw 3473-24 to allow for a 2.44 meter, 8-foot high privacy fence to be constructed on the side yard at the lot line as opposed to the maximum allowed fence height of 0.91 meters or 3 feet.
So that's what we're dealing with. That's all we're dealing with. So, Councillor Tilly.
I beg to disagree. The only reason I say that is that even written in the report is the options that were presented. So
This
that's.
is the motion put forward that we're voting on.
Okay.
All right, this is the staff motion. If it's different, then staff has to tell me, but this is the motion.
So do we have the wrong report in front of us then? With the,
I don't
with a
know, I
different
think we're
motion?
giving a lot of information, but this is the motion.
Because I
So why don't we
understood,
deal with this motion?
I didn't see this motion until we got here, and my staff report suggests easterly, westerly, 8-foot fence and sightlines. So that's why I'm asking all these questions.
Staff can have clarification, please.
So, Madam Mayor, the report that's in front of you, staff are recommending request for the increased height at the 0 lot line be denied. Staff report does identify that council has other options and that these may be things that council discussed with the opponent. In lieu of pursuing the 8-foot high fence, which was the ask. And they're outlined on the top of page 336 of the agenda. So the first option would be to support the staff recommendation, which is the outright denial of the 8-foot high fence at the 0 lot line. Council could grant the variance as put forward by the owner. Council could permit the fence at something lower than the 2.44 meters, which is 8 feet, which could potentially be 6'4". But it's higher than what's allowed as of right. The bylaw does allow as of right 0.91 meters or 3 feet at the 0 lot. So something between what's allowed in the bylaw to this alternative negotiated height. Or the other would be, excuse me, to allow the fence to be installed, let it be in accordance with the bylaw, which is offset from the property line by a distance of 1.5 meters.
So with my maid, let's do this motion and then let's construct whatever motion we choose to deal with or discuss that. Is that okay? Councillor Austin.
Okay. Not to beat a dead horse here, but those options are different than this motion.
So we will decide whether to pass or fail this motion, and then we will, if we fail this motion, we can introduce the options. That's what
All right.
T.O.
I
McNeely
just-
said, and that's what I'm saying.
I just hope you understand from my perspective, I get a staff report with all these options, and then the motion is not what the staff report is. Staff
Okay,
report's
so
completely different than the motion.
So let's just deal with this motion first. Do we need it read again, councillors? Okay, all those in favor?
Do you want me to read it again or we're good?
All those in favor of not allowing the 8-foot fence? It says deny the 8-foot high privacy fence. So all those in favor? Okay, that's passed. Okay, now would council like to discuss another type of motion? Councillor Osmond,
I would be okay with the fence. I wish I had more pictures, but the 6'4" fence being extended easterly to the corner of the house. Because it's already 6'4" anyway, for it to go another X amount of feet, whatever it is not gonna change. It's not gonna make it any worse, it's not gonna make it any better, it's just gonna continue it.
Okay.
As for the westerly side, in my opinion, again, if that 6'4" fence came over and went straight southerly to meet with the fence, the existing fence is there, I don't think that would be horrible either. But I certainly don't want to see it come down to the point and go over, because that's going to affect, we're gonna have all kinds of problems with the other property owners.
Councillor Tilly.
Just listening to you, Councillor Osner. The only thing I would just put to staff would be if a 6-foot fence was allowed, and this requires additional time, or it requires more, I guess, opinions from staff to do this. But how far could it be extended without getting into a dangerous position for sightlines? Because I'm sure right now where the fence is, it's not affecting any, it's not gonna, as Councillor Wilms mentioned, I always called her Alita, but so you're allowed to call that name. Okay, as Councillor Wilms had mentioned, you know, that is a dangerous place to be putting a fence too far out if somebody's not gonna see somebody coming down, especially a kid on a bike that's fallen, but going down that sidewalk heading towards there, which I'm sure happens fairly regularly, or on electric components that are now riding very quickly on sidewalks that may or may not shouldn't be on there. But yeah, I think I would like to know where, if staff would say that would be what would be a safe place to stop that fence without actually putting anybody in danger that way.
So just for clarification, so staff understand what's asked now. Is this how far westerly the fence is constructed at the 0 lot line toward the corner piece, but it's at the 0 lot line?
If I may, wasn't there at one point something that it had to be in?
So I mean, that's why I asked the question. As of right, the fence could be constructed 1.5 meters offset from the common lot line between private ownership and the municipal road allowance. Councillor Tilly's query of staff was, where is the sight lines on the sidewalk obscured if the fence was constructed westerly at the 0 lot line? And so we'd actually have to go out into the field, place a marker at that height at the 0 lot line, and then see where a vehicle vision would be obscured in the context of that marker.
So we wouldn't be able to.
That's why I wanted to know why, where are we measuring from? And Councillor Tilly, in his discussion, talked about a 0 lot line.
And then I'm just going along the lines of what potentially we could do in these options. If, again, it's gonna come down to the agreement of the homeowner, what they're willing to allow or that they want. I think personally, based on this information, that we can't go much further without the homeowner's discussion with staff and then the agreement. That's where I'm at.
I have to agree. But what if that's council thing? Can we turn this back to staff and then look at it? Councillor Williams, please.
Yeah, I agree with that because I don't think I know enough to be able to make any decision beyond the fact that I don't think any event that line is appropriate. So I think there needs to be more discussion between the landowner and staff and some other proposals.
Can I get consensus on that? Are we okay to turn it back to staff to deal with the owners to see what would be appropriate? And then back, Councillor Austin.
Is staff gonna request a little more guidance from us as to what we are asking them to do?
I think they know what they're supposed to do, and I think they've heard us tonight. So they're supposed to see what is workable and safe for everyone. Okay, so staff are so directed. So we'll move on to the next item if that's okay. Let's hope the rest are ready. We're at 13.2.2, report number BLE 14/2025 noise exemption request, 109 Myth River Way. Questions from the public? No. Questions from council? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Councillor Jones?
I will move by myself, second by Councillor Tilly, that report number BLE 14/2025 be received and the council grant exemption from the noise bylaw number 3421-23 on Saturday, September 27, 2025, from 4:00 p.m. to 11:00 p.m. for the purpose of an outdoor backyard celebration with amplified sound to be held at the property located at 109 Myth River Way, Air.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. 13.2.3, report number BLE 15/2025, amendment to the traffic and parking bylaw for Leslie Davis Street. Nobody in the public, any questions, councillors? Can I have the motion, please, Councillor Chilton?
Move by myself, second by Council Roman, that BLE report number 15/2025 be received and that bylaw 3578-25 being a bylaw to further amend bylaw number 2559-13 traffic and parking bylaw to remove the no parking area on the north side of the Leslie Davis Street from Robert Woolner Street to Prince Philip Boulevard being enacted. And that upon execution of this bylaw, staff are to undertake the necessary steps to post the appropriate signage and public awareness campaign.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Next, we have report number 13.2.4, report number BL 16/2025 noise exemption request for 14252 Wrigley Road. Any questions, councillors? Okay, so can I have the motion, please, Councillor Rowan?
Myself, by Councillor Williams, that BLE report number 16/2025 be received. That council grant an exemption from the noise bylaw number 3421-23 on Saturday, September 6, 2025, from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the purpose of a backyard celebration with outdoor music and amplified sound to be held at property located at 1452 Wrigley Road.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And next, we have report number 11/2025 contract award and pre-budget approval voting method service provider for the delivery of the 2026 municipal election. Any questions or comments, councillors? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Councillor Austin?
Move by myself, second by Councillor Tilly, that CLK report number 11/2025 be received and the council provide 2026 pre-budget approval in the amount of $18,450 plus HST to execute an agreement with Simply Voting Inc. to provide internet voting and $26,505 plus HST to execute an agreement with Election Systems Software Canada to provide paper ballots and tabulators, all in support of the 2026 municipal election. And that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the agreements and any documents with Simply Voting Inc. and Election Systems and Software Canada to facilitate the delivery of the 2026 municipal election.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Next is 13.2.6, report number clerk 12/2025, Heritage Advisory Committee terms of reference. Any questions, councillor? Councillor Rowland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe there's a mistake here. The committee was asking for a 5 p.m. start, not a 5:30 start. I'm wondering if we could just get that change.
So Madam Mayor, can I speak to that?
Yes.
Staff in the report explained that we cannot support 5 o'clock start time. It would be in violation of the Employment Standards Act.
That was.
And that's why we've said 5:30 start time. Because our workday is to 4:30. And we're obligated after a certain number of hours to have so many breaks. And there isn't sufficient time to have a break, travel down here, set up for the meeting at a 5 o'clock start time.
So Council Williams, motion please.
Moved by myself, second by Council Williams, that report number CLK 12 2025 be received and that staff be directed to amend the Heritage Advisory Committee terms of reference to allow meetings to begin no earlier than 5:30 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Council Williams, you're leaving the room? See you in a little while. Well, can you go get us a coffee? We won't be that long, never mind. Report number REC 25/2025, vendor procedure for tournaments in township facilities. Any questions? Councilor Rossner.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Karen can kind of elaborate why, on top of the report, why this is necessary. It just seems like a lot of, you know, making tournament organizers do extra work, making vendors do extra work, making staff do extra work for $10 each. Whereas most of the, I assume, and maybe Karen can clarify on this, that most of the vendors that come to these things are just selling minor things, and I'm afraid that if you start making everybody jump through hoops, it's just an additional bunch of work, particularly on our staff. For a $10 fee, I mean.
Karen.
That's through you, Mayor Fox and to Councilor Ossner. We are pretty much already doing this. The tournament organizers give us all the information. We have to collect all the insurance, copies of insurance from our vendors. The real reason behind this is so that we have better control over what vendors are coming into our facility. And we're trying to do this ahead of the anticipated twin pad because we know the tournament vendors, I should say, are going to increase. So we just thought we would get ahead of it now, get it implemented for the fall season, and then it would just be ongoing. This is something that I have previously adopted when I was in Brantford, and we ran it very successfully. It gives us a little bit more control over what vendors are using the facility. Also noting too now, not just only the concession, but now we have a 2-year extended lease with the pro shop. So just making sure that their needs are met and we're not crossing any of those boundaries as in terms of who is coming. So I do realize it is $10, but I don't want it to be, it's, $50 so that these vendors will not come. I want to make it affordable. Staff are already doing that. It just gives us better control over knowing who's actually coming and where they're going to be located.
So if staff's already doing the work, does that mean that the organizations running the tournaments are already notifying you what vendors are like, I'm trying to grasp the idea of why we need control on what these vendors or who these what they're bringing in. Like I haven't heard of any circumstances where there's been unforeseen vendors that we don't want in, and if staff's already watching it, they wouldn't have been in there. I mean, is this kind of falling more on the heel of the pro shop and what they're doing versus what the Centennials want to do? Like is this where this is coming from? Like skate sharpening here versus skate sharpening there, because they had mentioned that when they were here.
Go ahead, Karen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Council Ossner, no, it has nothing to do with the skate sharpening. It's the vendors for the tournament. So it's just helping staff know what vendors are coming, where they're going to be located in the facility, what their needs are, for fire safety reasons as well. It's just giving us a little bit more control over making sure that we know all the specifics. a lot of times the vendor will come in and they will say, they only need one table. And then they're asking staff at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning for an additional 3. And then there's a scramble. So that eliminates that part too. And gives, again, for safety reasons, making sure that we have enough room for everybody to be accommodated. So it's not, we're not trying to make it harder for anybody. All the vendors that will come will still be, the ones that we've currently have will still be accommodated. But I do think that it just gives us a little bit better control over who's in the facility, what their needs are, and making sure that we support not only concession and the pro shop too.
See, this makes a lot of sense to me, and as a recreationist and doing the same type of thing, you know who's where, when, what, how, exactly what they need, you meet their needs. And this takes away the fly-by-night, somebody walking in saying, oh, I okayed it with the tournament, well, you didn't okay it with the township, and we don't have the tables for you, we don't have the space for you. So this creates a good communication flow between the, what's going on and the staff so that we can meet the needs. So can I have a motion, please, Councillor Tilly?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Ossner, that rec report number 25-2025 be received and that council endorse the tournament and special event vendor procedure and application for implementation in all township of North Dumfries facilities as outlined in this report, and then council approve a fee amendment to the recreation user fees, Schedule A for tournament vendor fee, and that bylaw number 3581-25 being a bylaw to further amend 2025 fees and charges bylaw be enacted.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor William, will someone get him, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. I hear you had Councillor William reading that bylaw.
Pardon?
You had Councillor William reading the bylaw. You wrote that he has to leave the room and then you put him down as reading for the motion.
Oh, was he listed? Oh, I must have maybe had him initially and then I changed it or something. Huh.
Holy cow, Councillor William, you've got so long.
All right.
Next, we have report number 13.2.9, report number rec 2025 Air 200 Legacy Project Sundial Donation Installation at Centennial Park. Any questions?
What about the showcase?
Oh, did I skip one? Oh, I apologize. I'm
I
the
think we skipped that
showcase.
one.
Go ahead, we'll do the showcase one. And rejoin me. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is to staff. I'm just concerned about the no parking section from Northumberland Street across the Piper Street Bridge, that section, which is actually Stanley Street. I'm concerned about the owner of Riverbend Interiors. She won't be allowed to have anybody park in front of her store during her business hours on Saturday. So I'm wondering if the no parking prohibition could start on the other side of the bridge, because right now it says no parking in front of her store during that Saturday afternoon.
Ms. Winters?
Through the mayor to Council Roman, it may have been something that I've overlooked. I know we've talked about no parking. Sorry, I'm a little confused. Can you help me out here on the parking, Council Roman?
Sure. Northumberland Street and Piper Street don't actually meet.
Right. So let's do this.
Stanley
right.
Street, that's Stanley Street. Stanley Street goes west from Northumberland Street to the Piper Street Bridge where it changes to Piper Street. So what I'm suggesting is that the Stanley Street portion from Northumberland Street to the Piper Street Bridge be allowed to have parking still, and then to the Piper Street Bridge through to Rose Street have no parking.
See, McMillan.
Madam Mayor, the bylaw, it's actually your bylaw section caught that conflict. So if you go to page 584. That's the actual bylaw that council in a few moments might be entertaining. And it says that the following streets have temporary no parking on September the 13th, 2025, from the hours of 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Piper Street, both sides from Stanley Street to Rose Street. So it does not extend to the intersection of Stanley and Northumberland. And that's because we actually do allow demarcated car park space is on the south side of Stanley Street. To the intersection, I believe, going from memory, there's 9 designated parking stalls. The bylaw is correct. The resolution in the staff report incorrectly takes you to the intersection of Stanley and North Palm.
If I change this to it says, and that bylaw number 3583-25, being a bylaw to establish a temporary no parking restriction for Piper Street, both sides, from Stanley to Rose Street?
It would be from Stanley Street to
Rose.
to Rose Street. Okay. Because technically there is a short distance from Northumberland to approximately the bridge that is designated as Stanley Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it solve your problem though? Because that says you can park on Stanley Street on both sides in front.
West side of the bridge, west side of Piper Creek Bridge.
It's where you're allowed to park right now, because the other side is already designated as no parking.
Oh, so we don't have to wait because it's already designated.
All we need
Thank
to do
you.
is just say Stanley back to.
Okay, so
Right.
Council Rowland, please. You may want to read it now.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Austin, that report number rec 26-2025 be received and that council grant permission to host the North Dumfries Community Show on Saturday, September 13th, from 2 to 7 p.m. at Victoria Park, and that bylaw number 3582-25 being a bylaw to temporarily close a portion of Rose Street from Piper Street to Water Street on Saturday, September 13th, 2025, between the hours of 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. to accommodate the North Dumfries Community Showcase event be enacted. And that bylaw number 3583-25 being a bylaw to establish temporary no parking restrictions for Piper Street, both sides from Stanley Street to Rose Street, William Street, west side from Church Street to Water Street, Church Street, north side from William Street to Walter Street, John Street, west side from Church Street to Water Street, Water Street, north side from Rose Street to William Street, Walter Street, east side from Church Street to Piper Street on Saturday, September 13th, 2025, between the hours of 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. be enacted. And that council authorize the closure of the north and south loops of the internal Victoria Park Ring Road from the intersections at Rose Street through Church Street on Saturday, September 13, 2025, between the hours of 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. And that council designate the North Dumfries Community Showcase as a special event to align with the applicable provisions of bylaw number 3305-22, the mobile food vendor bylaw, Schedule B, section 5, and allow 5 food vendors to be invited to the event, and that the fee for the daily license be waived. And that council grant exemption to the noise bylaw number 3421-23, outdoor amplified music and or sound to be permitted in Victoria Park on Saturday, September 12, 2025, from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m.
All those in favor, well done, Council Rowland. Okay, now we're at the sundial, and that's Council. Any questions about the sundial? How big is it, Karen?
Madam Mayor, are you talking about in height? Is that what you're asking?
It's gonna be laying on the ground, so it's only this.
No, it'll actually be 28 inches off the ground.
So 2 feet. And then how round?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, do you happen to know? There is a photo in
Oh,
there.
so it's not huge. I saw the photos. Yeah, I saw that, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
What the size of the phone?
Yeah. Councilor Rowland.
I have a question. Just curious, why does it say air welding in giant letters? I thought it was for the air 200. I think that's an example, isn't it?
Do you know why it says air welding?
Yeah, they don't need it.
Oh, okay. All right, so the motion, please, Councilor Austin.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Williams, that rec report number 27-2025 be received. And the council approved the donation location of a legacy sundial from the Air 200 Committee and Centennial Park. And that the mayor be directed to prepare and send a letter to the Air 200 Committee extending the thanks on behalf of the township and its residents for this donation.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, so we've done sundial, that's. We're getting there, folks. Okay, report REC 2025 application to the enhancing assets to spaces for everyone ease grants support for North Dumfries NDHPS accessible ramp and entrance project. Any questions, councilors? Can I have the motion, please, Councilor Williams?
Moved by myself, seconded by Council Tilly, that report number rec -28-2025 be received. And that council authorize staff to prepare and submit a grant application to the ministry for seniors and accessibilities enhancing access to spaces for everyone. The grant program for up to $51,000 in funding for the portable structure at the North Dumfries Community Complex comprised of a barrier-free ramp, automatic door opener, and widened entry door.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And next we have 13-11, report number 15, 2025 financial update. Are there any questions? Ten-year capital forecast.
Pull it out.
You scared me a little bit. Okay, can I have the motion, please, Councilor Tilly?
Moved by myself, second by, hold on a second. Better. Moved by myself, second by Councilor Hausner, that FIN report number 15-2025 be received for the purposes of information.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And 13-.2.12, report number PW 08-2025, tender award ND 2025 C12 RFT for Thompson Street drainage improvements. Questions? Motion, please, Councilor Roman.
Moved by myself and by Councilor Oxford that PW report number 08-2025 be received and that council approve the award of contract ND 2025-C12 RFT for Thompson Street drainage improvements in the amount of $117,349 plus HST 410754 Ontario Limited, Sousa Concrete, and the project contingency of $85,000 net HST be established, and that a budget of $15,000 net HST be included for geotechnical material and testing works as required, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute any necessary documents to facilitate the completion of this project.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. It just goes on much longer and I have to go from here to the region. Report 13-13, Community Safety Zone Township Local Road Network. Any questions? Councilor Roman.
Madam Mayor, question I have is, I know a lot of these municipalities are going to these community safety zones, but they're also lowering the speed limits. So I'm wondering, at what point we would consider lowering the speed limit in all urban areas in North Dumfries Township to 40 kilometers an hour instead of the current 50.
Anyone want to venture on that one? Nobody's touching.
I'm speaking.
Councilor Roman.
Okay, follow up on that. The speed humps, for example, on Greenfield Road we discussed earlier, you drive down that road, you can't get to 50. If you follow the speed hump, you basically stay at 40 or below. And that's happening a lot of the areas we're putting in the speed humps. And we're putting community safety zones, I think there's an expectation that the speed limit drops down in these zones. So people are coming to me and saying, for example, oh, the traffic is speeding on Piper Street, but some of our records show that speeding was actually around 50 kilometers an hour, but people are still saying it's too fast. So I'm wondering, in Ayr, in Browns, in Branston, in Clyde, in Roseville, on township roads, should we be looking at, maybe staff need to do some kind of study, but maybe we need to be considering lowering the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour instead of 50. A lot of people are still suggesting that it's too fast.
Councilor Tilly.
I appreciate that. I believe there's a study that staff was doing on the speed for all of the township, because I remember when I was requesting the village of Branston to be reduced and brought down to 40 kilometers or less, I believe is what it was. And then Councilor Roman asked for all the township to have the same study, which is the reason why nothing, I believe, has been done to Branston at this point, because that study is being completed, as far as I understand. That we were requesting, and a resident had requested that that Branston be reduced in speed, or at least posted the speed that we thought was 40 kilometers an hour in the village, and then staff verified that. So I'd be interested in knowing where that is at as well. So that's a good point.
CEO McNeely.
Madam Mayor, through to both Councilor Roll and and Councillor Tilly. There is a good pool of information. Some of it's been done by our colleagues in the city of Kitchener as it relates to speed reductions in specific areas under certain criteria at 40 kilometers an hour. The reality, generally speaking, is it comes down to enforcement. People will drive the speed they're comfortable based on the design parameters of the road, but also the setting in which the road exists. You can create a false expectation by posting a speed at 40 kilometers and the driver's comfortable doing 50 or whatever. And then that itself creates conflicts because people have a certain expectation that the public's gonna actually travel at 50 kilometers an hour. And the absence of enforcement, which can only be done in one of two ways. Police. Or if we were to designate a community safety zone and you were actually to put up an automated speed enforcement. Okay, so there is no doubt, the slower the speed of the motor vehicle, if there's a collision, whether it be with a pedestrian or cyclist or with another vehicle, the damage, the potential harm to an individual is lower. That just makes more sense. That just makes sense when you think of the physics of a collision. You are correct, Councillor Tilly. About a year ago, there was a request and about 40 kilometers an hour in portions of Brampton. And we found that while there might have historically been some signs that said 40 kilometers an hour, council never duly passed a bylaw. And so there was inconsistent community understanding of what speed was supposed to be on certain streets. Don't know the origin of how the signs got up, but they were not duly adopted by township council. So they asked was then in all settlement areas, so it didn't differentiate between Air versus Clyde or Roseville or Brampton, whatever the case may be, of the merits of this. Our friends in Kitchener are just coming to the conclusion of year 3 on their speed trials and where they did deploy reduced speeds. So we should have that data set fairly soon, and it'll be shared with all of the area municipalities across Waterloo Region through the joint transportation group. And that intel would inform us tremendously because you now have a body of information, because it goes with education. It also talks about signage and then the enforcement aspect. I think we all benefit from. Generally speaking, majority of our complaints, however, aren't on the local road system. They're on the regional road system that either is at the edge of some of our communities or actually bisecting our communities. We have no jurisdiction to deal with those lengths of road. But if I look at complaints that we receive, correspondence you get at council, the vast majority are on regional roads in or adjacent to our various settlement areas. The report in front of you tonight, however, is independent of speed. It is looking at creating community safety zones where we have documented speeding, where we think certain portions might be appropriate for the ASC program. And to qualify for the ASC program, we have to designate either a school zone and or a community safety zone. Other than where our schools are actually physically constructed, we do not have the ability to impose the school zones. So that's why we've defaulted largely to the community safety zones. It doesn't preclude us in the future from revisiting the speed limit because it's a separate decision-making process. The last thing I want to raise is not all of the community safety zones that we've identified will ultimately be recommended as areas for the ASC. But it does allow WRPS, if they're doing enforcement,
This one first.
to effectively double the fine, double the merit points if you speed in the community safety zone.
Council Williams and then Council Rowland, and then I have to pass a bylaw. We have to move a bylaw motion to extend the time past 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My concern with, lowering the speed to 40 kilometers an hour in built up areas is just what happens psychologically to people when they leave. Is then the gas pedal stops down and suddenly you have this beat happen outside. Because everybody's like, oh, thank goodness I'm gonna there, and now I can really start hurrying because I am already 5 minutes late. So that is what happens when people have to go really slowly and then they get a chance to actually speed up. They really do. So I think we need to think about the areas around the built up areas as well and the impact there. So that was my comment.
Yeah, Council Rowland, last comment, and then I'm gonna have the next motion.
Thank you. Yeah, so the point Councilwoman has made, that's exactly what happens in Piper Street. People are leaving town and start speeding up. The only reason why I brought it up though tonight is because people have said to me, oh, great, you're passing community safety zones. Does that mean there'll be a lowering of speed limits? That's the only reason why I brought it up, because there's an expectation that that's gonna happen.
Okay, so I'm gonna hand you, Council Rowland, this motion, please.
Moved by myself, by Councilor Ossner, that council extend the curfew for the August 11, 2025 council meeting beyond the 4-hour limit as set out in the procedural bylaw.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And back to the motion, Councilor Ossner, do you want to read it, please, or did you already? Can't remember. No, I haven't read it yet. Go ahead.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Tilly, that PW report number 09-2025 be received. And that bylaw number 3580-25 being a bylaw to further amend bylaw number 2559-13, traffic and parking bylaw, to revise Schedule 23, community safety zones as outlined in this report be enacted. And that upon execution of this bylaw, staff are to undertake the necessary steps, post the appropriate signage and public awareness campaign.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, we're getting there, folks. 13.2.14, report number PW 10-2025, traffic safety review, Greenfield Road, Northumberland Street to Dundas Road. Any comments? Councilor Tilly, please.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Ossner, that PW report number 1025 be received and that staff proceed with the outlined safety plans for the Greenfield Road, Northumberland Street to Dumfries Road as included in this report. And that bylaw number 3579-25 be a bylaw to further amend bylaw number 2559-13, traffic and parking bylaw. Change the speed limit on Greenfield Road from approximately 200 meters east of 2856 Greenfield Road to Dumfries Road to 60 kilometers an hour being enacted. And that upon execution of this bylaw, staff are to undertake the necessary steps to post the appropriate signage and public awareness campaign.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And next, report number 13.2.15, report number PW 11-2025, contract award for the NDCC Net Zero Arena Construction Management Services, ND 2025 DR RFP. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Councilor Williams?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Rowland, that report number 11-2025 be received. And that council award the request for proposal ND 2025-D6 RFP for the construction management services for the North Dumfries Net Zero Arena project to Pelicon Construction Inc. in the amount of $175,000, $562.50 plus HST, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents and agreements necessary to facilitate this work.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, and report number 13.2.16, report number PW 12-2025, winter maintenance equipment purchase. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please, Councillor Chili?
Moved by myself, second by Council Williams, that the report number 2025 be received. And then council award the purchase of new winter sidewalk maintenance equipment comprised of 2 utility tractors fitted up with the V plows, sander salter units, 1 snow blower attachment, and 1 rotary broom to Air Turf and Track Limited in the amount of $146,472.43 plus HST. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign in any agreements necessary for this purchase.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Next is 13.2.17, report number PD 54/2025, modification to the conditions to draft plan approval of a plan subdivision 1940 Wrigley Road, air file number 30T-20301. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion, please, Councillor Overman.
Moved by myself, by Councillor Oster, that fee report number 54/2025 be received. And that council, in accordance with section 5144 of the Planning Act, approve modifications to conditions to draft plan of subdivision for file number 30T-20301, and specifically conditions 1.37 and 1.38, as included as attachment number 1 to the report. Facilitate proposed pedestrian crosswalk at the intersection of Scott Street, Street A within the plan, and Hilltop Drive. And that in accordance with provisions of section 5147 of the Planning Act, council deems the modifications to conditions to draft plan approval to be minor in nature, and as such, no further notice is required.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, and the next one was already done, that's just done. Correspondence items, action, correspondence received from Jesse Benjamin regarding pickleball and lights at Victoria Park. Any questions or comments?
We do 13
13/2/18 was the 20. So Council Williams, please, the motion.
Moved by myself, by Councillor Lowen, that the correspondence from Jesse Redmond regarding pickleball and lighting at Victoria Park be received. And that the correspondence be included in the follow-up report that staff will be submitting to council later in the fall of 2025 on pickleball usage and a potential go-forward strategy.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Mayor and councilors report, I believe Councilor Tilly, 14.1, discussion to amend the conference and training policy to allow for an additional night accommodations where the conference training session is more than 5-hour travel distance from the township. Councilor Tilly, do you wish to read this motion based on this discussion, what you discussed, or?
Just to reiterate, that I know myself and that I was speaking with Councilor Wellens, that we're interested in attending the Sunday sessions, that at least I am, and she had mentioned as well. So coming in and trying to make it to the sessions that I'm benefiting in, I know we did it perhaps inappropriately through some communication ahead of time here, but I think it's something that gives us the time to actually arrive and be ready for the conference the following day if it's that far away. So I did have that conversation with CAO, and he recommended this, we do it through this process. So that's as much as I have, other than I think it's reasonable. I'm willing to discuss though, if that's as any vision.
Councilor Roman.
Madam Mayor, concern I have is that conferences are usually held on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, because that's the cheapest nights for hotel rooms. The most expensive night for hotel rooms is Saturday night. So the idea of having to pay a premium to be in Ottawa, for example, on a Saturday night is pretty steep. So that's why in the past we've always used Sunday morning as our travel time, about 5.5, 6 hours to get to Ottawa. And then you're there for the afternoon session when it starts, saving the township quite a bit of money on hotel rooms. So I'm concerned about just sort of spending township money on the most expensive night of the week for no real reason other than not having to drive on Sunday morning.
Councillor Tilly, go ahead.
So it's a reasonable statement. Now, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know this was a concern. Last year, we did go in on Saturday. We were able to do that because of the travel time. So to hear that this was something that was not automatically for that kind of distance. So the first, we'd have to register, obviously, Councillor Roman, sorry, to get into, to actually attend. The workshop I want to attend is at 1:30 p.m. And if I wanted to attend that, if I wanted to be there in 6 hours, that I have to be there in time to register, be there and go straight in to that. That'd be an early departure time. That's without stopping or taking a lunch or anything like that. I work obviously at Travel Ontario as much as I'm sure you travel Ontario. I don't think it's unreasonable to allow a day for that kind of like basically a 6 hour day of traveling is a full day of travel if you stop and take breaks like reasonable people do when they're traveling. I don't necessarily do that, but people do tend to stop and have food. So a 6 hour travel day is essentially a day, and that's the reason why I think it's reasonable to get there safely, not rush, not be put at any risk ourselves or any members of the community when we're trying to make it there for something that is happening. If it was after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I can definitely see that as a potential discussion, but I do believe since it does start in the afternoon that it's a reasonable request.
And so the reason it really started was when I was the chair of TAPMO. TAPMO met before the conference, and so I had to be there because I'm the chair. So that's why I started. So when and I talked to the treasurer and I said I would pay for my Saturday. So I was going to pay for my own. Now I'm going up on Sunday. 1:30, what are you going to at 1:30? Because actually the doors to the conference don't open till 1 o'clock for registration.
Registration, I have it the agenda rate. I have the agenda rate here, Mayor. The
Registration is 1 o'clock.
So I'll read it right off for you, no worries. I have it right here. So Sunday, August 17th, 9 a.m. is when registration opens. 1:30 to 3 o'clock is the first workshops. Then there's the trade show. It starts at 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. There's more workshops from 3:30 to 5 p.m. And then there's continuation. There's there's not interest in any of that, but the podcast live at AMO at 4 to 5. Opening receptions at 5 to 7, which would have been obviously if we were just not going to be there for the workshops. And then there's the 7 to 9 open welcome reception. So if you're just traveling there to get there for 7 p.m. and just kind of walk around, then I would see that as not an issue. But there is some learning opportunities here. And like I said, I did have just not wanting to be the only person. I did have previous discussion before getting to here. And I did ask Alita because we have done this in the past, gone to other workshops. And so, I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the hot spot here, but I guess I'm going to. That you're also saying that there's some workshops that you'd be interested in the same afternoon.
Yeah, what Councillor Austin first and then Councillor Williams.
So, I mean, I've gone to a lot of conventions in my job. I always go the day before. Like, regardless, I mean, we're kind of dancing around schedules and stuff. It doesn't matter. If he's more comfortable getting there the day before, so he's refreshed, you know, looks respectable, not worn out when he gets to and isn't falling asleep when he gets to his course, that's fine. I have no problem with any, the mayor, the councillors or staff or anybody getting there the night before. Any seminars or courses, just so they can, I mean, if they're willing to drive the 5-6 hours to put the work in for our township. We shouldn't be saying, you know, get there at the last minute and go, but at the same time. Do we not have like a set amount that we allow for accommodations, for meals and stuff like, cause when I do assessments for the CDTO, they have allotments, so I can get there the night before. If my allotment's only $100, then it's only paying $100 of my $250 room, or I'm staying in Motel 6 until I can get up in the morning and drive 20 minutes. to my seminar. But the bottom line is, I don't want any of you guys or anybody that goes on these seminars and stuff being, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning and they're so tired when they get there that they're not getting full value, full education and full involvement of a course because they're tired.
Ms. Bratz?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Ossner, we had in our original policy, it was 4,000 for the mayor and 2,000 for each councillor, but then councillors expressed desires to attend 2 conferences. So we allowed that without actually defining how much that would be.
And that was left like that because, to take Amo as an example, there's 4 or 5 different hotels. And we actually don't pick a hotel, it's whatever's available and when we register, and there's a sliding scale in terms of what those charges are. So we can't control necessarily which hotel a member will go to and that overhead cost is. There are subtle variances from hotel to hotel in terms of those costs. And sometimes it's the incidental cost, like a parking. Fee charged to the hotel. There is no consistency on that.
Councillor Ossner?
So then maybe we should be putting a capping $1, like each counselor should have their set amount that they can spend.
And if you over that, you
if
pay.
you want to go to 3 conferences, you gotta split it 3-way. If you want to go to 1 conference, you don't have to use it. Like, I mean, unfortunately, most of these things that happen always happen when I have to cover holidays. That's why I never go. So for me, I don't use my budget. But if you want to go to TAPMO, AMO, all the different options, then you have your set limit and go. And once you cap that out, you want to stay the extra night, but you're gonna go over your budget, then you gotta cover it.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I was just, my comment was more a response to Councillor Tilly's earlier question, that there was a couple of sessions in the afternoon, so I was going to try to be there the night before.
So do you want to read the motion and we'll go for the vote?
Need a second.
Sure.
Moved by myself, seconded by. Jared, second. The council amend the policy on council attendance at conferences, training sessions to allow for an extra night accommodations and associated expenses where the location of the conference training session is more than 5-hour drive from the township and from Dumfries.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
So can I say?
Go ahead, Councillor Ossner.
Thank you. So on top of that, can we ask, maybe, I don't know if it's Christina, or staff in general to come up with maybe a little addition to this, a little amendment to this. You can go to 2 conferences now, not 1. However, I would like to see a cap budget.
CO McMillan?
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Ossner, the council will be agreeable. Excuse me, as part of the 2026 budget. Would you like us to bring a position paper on, called the council spending allowance, which largely is attributed to conferences and training sessions. And speak to what those parameters could look like, and then if council were to adopt it, we either repeal the existing policy or amend the policy. It's applicable, but it would also then be the plug-in number we actually put into the 2026 operating budget.
CO McMillan, but the Roma conference is January, so the budget won't be done in January.
That's okay. We've passed this for now to cover.
We'll bring a report to council in November.
Thank you. Next is, Council Tilly going into close, please.
Moved by myself, second by Council Williams, that PW report.
PW,
Oh,
miss
got the wrong
something?
one, sorry. That's maybe I.
Oh, it's after, wait a minute.
Report.
Yeah, we're into.
No.
It says move into
That's not
closed
mine.
and then the PW report.
That's,
Yeah, that's in closed.
that's the closed session.
That's a closed session.
Yep, looking for the other one then, sorry. There we go, I got it. Moved by myself, second by Council Roman, by Council.
Bob, you just offered, gentlemen, and ladies, what are you here for tonight?
Bucket 15 is the person,
I beg your pardon?
ready for the bucket number 15.
Oh, the closed session, okay. All right, carry on, please. I was.
Moved by myself, second by Council Roman, that council moved in the closed session meeting at 10:11 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act section S 239-2 as to discuss 5.1 PW report number 14-2025, township property acquisition or disposition of matters of proposal or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, Municipal Act section 239-2C.
All those in favor? Carry. Do you want a bio break first?
Yeah.
Bio break. It's been a long, I have to stand.